the Islamic world reclaim its historic leadership in knowledge, creativity, and civilization building in the 21st century. As someone who has spent over 3 decades in public service advocating for knowledge-based development, I believe the answer is not only yes, but that we have no other choice. The forces shaping this century, as Honorable Director General very profoundly mentioned, artificial intelligence, climate change, biotechnology, digital disruption will not wait for us. If we do not lead in shaping the future, we will be shaped by it. And history teaches us, nations that do not invest in minds eventually become dependent on those who do. Let us begin not with policy, but with purpose, our purpose. The Quran, our book of guidance, begins not with law, ritual, or creed, but with a single word, Iqra, read. This was not merely a call to literacy. It was a command to observe, explore, question, reflect, and understand. It was the divine spark for a civilization that illuminated the world. Allah in Quran poses questions not to provide simple answers, but to awaken intellect. Do they not see how vapors rise and how rain gives life to the barren land? Do they not ponder the alternation of night and day? Do they not reflect on the formation of human being from a drop? Do they not see how the stars swim in their orbits and the ships sail the oceans? This was the epistemological engine of the Islamic Golden Age, based on call to observe, inquire, and reflect. Scholars like Ibn Sina, Al-Khwarazmi, Ibn al-Haytham, and al-Biruni did not see science as separate from faith, but as the highest expression of it. Allah in Quran says, indeed, in the creation of heavens and the earth and the alternation of the night and the day are signs for the people of reason, those who remember Allah while standing, sitting, or reclining on their backs, and reflect in the creation of the heavens and the earth, saying, our Lord, you did not create all this without purpose. So the whole Quran is an invitation to ponder upon this purpose. This invitation to observation, inquiry, and reflection launched a golden era between 8th and 13th centuries. The Muslim world produced thinkers like Ibn Sina in medicine, Al-Khwarazmi in mathematics, Al-Haytham in optics, and Al-Biruni in astronomy and anthropology. In Cordoba, Baghdad, Bukhara, and Cairo, libraries flourished, universities blossomed, and the knowledge was seen as a sacred duty. Muslims, Christians, and Jews worked together to translate, preserve, and expand the frontiers of human understanding. Islamic civilization presented the model of collaboration of civilizations, not clash of civilizations. This intellectual flowering later seeded the European Renaissance. But it began with the Quranic ethic of inquiry. Today, we must ask with urgency, where is that ethic now? We, the Islamic Ummah, are over 2 billion strong, nearly a quarter of humanity. Yet, we contribute less than 6% to global research output and hold a negligible share in global patents and spend on average less than 1% of GDP on research and development. Meanwhile, the technologies that will determine global power, artificial intelligence, quantum computing, genomics, space, green energy, are dominated by nations that long ago made education their first national security priority. Ladies and gentlemen, let us be candid. Today in Gaza, we witness a genocide in real time. In other regions, including Iran, aggression and injustice persist. But we are paralyzed, not because we lack courage or compassion, but because we lack the technological strength and self-reliance that would command global influence. The true battlefield is not only geopolitics, it is intellectual. It is not tanks or troops, but the teachers, researchers, coders, and inventors who will decide the balance of power in this century. In Pakistan, we recognized this reality and began a journey to shift from a resource-based to a knowledge-based economy. As early as 1908, under Vision 2010, we launched thousands of overseas PhD scholarships in science and technology to build a knowledge foundation for our universities and research institutions. This effort culminated in producing thousands of PhDs from leading international and national universities. Later, under Vision 2025, we increased public universities from 99 to 154, a 58% rise, achieving a 47% increase in higher education enrollment, created national centers of excellence in artificial intelligence, robotics, cybersecurity, big data and cloud computing, genomics, and space technologies. Today, we are working to prepare for the fourth and the fifth industrial revolutions, investing in quantum computing, nanotechnology, advanced manufacturing, biotech, and climate technology. We have launched Quantum Valley Pakistan, a deep tech innovation zone modeled on Silicon Valley, integrating academia, industry, venture capital, and policy to transform research into economic value. This is not about catching up, it is about leapfrogging. Ladies and gentlemen, but expansion without quality is dangerous. Therefore, Pakistan is implementing a 7-pillar framework to improve the quality and relevance of higher education. The first pillar of this framework is academic excellence, modern curriculum, and pedagogy. 2, research and innovation, looking at incubation, commercialization of research, and how many patents it produces. 3, academia-industry linkages, promoting internships in industry, joint labs, co-development, and co-working on industrial problems between academia and industry. 4, technology infrastructure, high-speed internet, AI tools, and labs. 5, corporate governance and accountability, performance linked to funding linked to performance. 6, community engagement, societal problem-solving contribution by the universities. 7, graduate employability, to see the skill mapping and career employability of the graduates to determine final quality of product of the universities. We are moving from producing degrees to producing a generation of nation builders, problem solvers, and creators. In today's rapidly changing world, innovation is the new disruptive force, reshaping industries, rewriting geopolitics, and redefining what makes nations rise or fall. It is no longer oil, territory, or military might that determines survival and success. It is the ability to innovate, adapt, and reinvent. Innovation has become the currency of survival. Those who innovate lead, those who lag fall behind, economically, diplomatically, and even in national security. What could there be a bigger example of lagging in innovation and failing? The 2 dinosaurs of our age vanished in just 2 years. It was only a few years ago, everyone carried a Nokia and BlackBerry phone in their hands. But because they failed to respond and innovate, they vanished from the landscape. So that is how innovation changes the landscape of marketplace and likewise for nations. Innovation does not emerge in vacuum. It is cultivated in research labs, entrepreneurial ecosystems, and classrooms that value critical thinking, inquiry, and creativity over rote memorization. And I always tell our vice chancellors that it is not the hardware that we are missing. If you go to our universities, you will find best pieces of hardware, modern brick and mortar structures, very well designed. What makes universities great is the software. If you look at the top 25 universities, most of these universities have 200-year-old buildings. But the difference is, if you go at midnight, you will see light coming from their window panels even at the midnight. Their libraries and laboratories are never locked. People are working there 24/7. And in a university where library and laboratory gets locked after the office hours, that is not destined to be a great university. For our higher education institutions to align with the innovation challenge, we must embed problem solving and creativity into the core of teaching and assessment, foster an ecosystem of entrepreneurship across campuses, build multidisciplinary research platforms tied to real-world challenges, enable students to work on startups, prototypes, and policy innovation during their academic journey, promote faculty-industry collaboration to transform research into market-ready solutions. If we want the Islamic world to shape the future, we must turn our universities into engines of innovation, not just transmission belts of knowledge. In the age of artificial intelligence, we are witnessing machines that can think, learn, create, and even simulate human intelligence. But science without ethics is dangerous. Knowledge without conscience can be catastrophic. Technology must serve humanity, not enslave it. And our ethics must evolve as rapidly as our inventions. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, it is the duty of our universities to ensure that scientific renaissance must therefore be guided by the moral compass of our faith, the universal values of justice and dignity and sustainable development. Excellencies, if the Islamic world is to lead again, we must act together. No single nation can succeed in isolation. We must forge a shared intellectual infrastructure, and I propose the following under ICESCO. 1, ICESCO Knowledge Alliance of Universities for joint degree programs, dual PhD programs, shared research facilities, annual Islamic World Innovation Summit rotating across member states. 2, Islamic Grand Challenges Collaborative Fund, competitive grants for cross-border research on water, energy, health, and food security. 3, Digital Education Transformation Initiative through multilingual MOOCs, open access digital libraries, cloud infrastructure for resource sharing. 4, ICESCO Centers of Excellence, thematic leadership distributed across nations in the fields of artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, biotech, space sciences, climate technologies, conflict studies, Islamic finance and ethics. 5, Youth Research Mobility and Leadership Program, Vice Chancellor's Mentorship, ICESCO Young Scholars Council, and graduate fellowships for collaborative research. Let us institutionalize solidarity in higher education, not just as an aspiration, but as a system. Respected colleagues and excellencies, we are heirs to a civilization that once taught the world how to think. It is time to reclaim that legacy, not in nostalgia, but in bold action. As Allama Iqbal, the philosopher of Pakistan and the Islamic world, laminated the loss of our intellectual courage. and I recite his verses. Aati hai dame subah sada arshe bari se. As the break of dawn, a voice rises from the heavens. Khoya gaya kis tarah tera johre idrak. How did you lose your gift of insight and reason? Kis tarah hua kund tera nishtar-e tehkeek? How did your scalpel of inquiry grow so blunt? Let us answer this voice not with regret, but with resolve. I am reminded of another verse from Iqbal. Jahane taza ki afkare taza se hai namood, ke sango khish se hote nahi jahan paida. A new world is born of new ideas, for bricks and mortar do not build civilizations, ideas do. Ladies and gentlemen, let us commit not just to reforming higher education, but to reimagining the Islamic world as a powerhouse of knowledge, powered by inquiry, driven by collaboration, and inspired by faith to make the contributions towards well-being of humanity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Excellency, for a wonderful, inspirational speech and also thoughtful messages and suggestions. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege now to introduce a special video message from Her Excellency Ms. Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of United Nations, a globally respected voice for sustainable development, gender equality, and inclusive education. Her Excellency has been at the forefront of advancing 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Her leadership continues to inspire governments, institutions, and communities around the world to accelerate the progress on global goals through innovation, equity, and partnership. We are honored to share her message with this esteemed gathering of higher education leaders from across the Islamic world and beyond. Please join me listening to the remarks of Her Excellency Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of United Nations.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It is a great honor to address you at the opening of the 6th Vice-Chancellor Forum, jointly hosted by ICESCO and the Higher Education Commission of Pakistan. We gather at a pivotal moment, one that calls on us to reimagine the role of higher education in a world facing profound and intersecting challenges. From the escalating climate crisis to widening inequalities, from global health threats to the relentless pace of digital transformation, today's realities demand a bold rethinking of how we educate, how we learn, and how we prepare for the future. The Sustainable Development Goals remain our shared blueprint for peace, for prosperity, and a livable planet. But halfway to 2030, we are far off track. To correct course, we must unleash the full potential of education, especially higher education, as a driver of solutions across the board, from climate resilience to inclusive growth, from digital equity to social justice. The United Nations Transforming Education Summit sounded a powerful call. We must make bold, systemic changes in the way we teach, learn, and finance education. We must build systems that do not just inform but empower, that cultivate critical thinking, inclusion, innovation, and resilience. But transformation cannot happen without financing. We cannot expect higher education to meet the needs of our time if it continues to be underfunded and undervalued. The upcoming 4th International Conference on Financing for Development presents a critical opportunity to close the education financing gap and to commit to building more equitable, inclusive, and resilient systems. It is a moment for international solidarity and national resolve. Together, we must ensure that higher education is accessible, adequately funded, and designed to meet the needs of both today's students and tomorrow's societies. Excellencies, this also means defending the right to education for all everywhere. We cannot turn away from the painful reality that in parts of the world, such as Afghanistan, the right to education for girls has been stripped away. In Gaza, Yemen, and Sudan, conflict has shattered the hopes of thousands of young people, destroying schools, displacing communities, and disrupting futures. This is not just a humanitarian crisis. It is a crisis of opportunity, of dignity, and of development. We must stand with them. We must amplify their right to learn, to lead, and to shape their own futures. Because we know that when we invest in women and girls, the returns are limitless. History has already shown us this. Our Muslim sisters have long stood at the frontiers of learning and discovery. Fatima al-Fihri established the world's first university in Fez. Maryam al-Astrolabi mastered the stars and built instruments to map them. These women are part of our shared legacy, a legacy that reminds us of what is possible when education is accessible to all. Excellencies, this forum is not just about ideas, it's about action. It's about how we, together, in solidarity, make higher education a catalyst for dignity, for opportunity and peace. As we look ahead, let us commit to ensuring that higher education is not a privilege for the few, but a resource for all. Let us ensure our universities are equipped to tackle today's challenges and shape tomorrow's solutions. The United Nations is your partner in this journey for education, for equality, and for a better future for all. Thank you.
From Her Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce to you our partner and Higher Education Commission, Chairman Higher Education Commission, Professor Dr. Mukhtar Ahmed, to address this esteemed gathering at the 6th Vice Chancellor Forum of Universities in the Islamic World. Professor Mukhtar Ahmed is a highly respected academic leader and policy expert who has played a transformative role in strengthening Pakistan's higher education landscape. His commitment to excellence, international collaborations, and innovation has guided national reforms that continue to uplift the universities and empower the future generations. We are honored that he is among us today, and please join me to welcome him to share his insights on evolving role of higher education in driving development across the Islamic world. Professor Mukhtar Ahmed, the stage is yours, sir.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Excellency Dr. Salim bin Malik, Director General ICESCO, Excellency Professor Hassan Iqbal, Federal Minister from Pakistan, Excellencies, Ministers from different parts of Islamic world, Ambassadors, Honorable Rector, Vice Chancellor from Islamic countries, ICESCO family, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. Indeed, this is an honor and privilege for me to be standing here in this August gathering. And after listening to Excellency Director General wisdom and, mashallah, roadmap given by Professor Hassan Iqbal, I think I should not talk on the subject. Because we can do the action in those lines which these two honorable gentlemen, they have given us direction. We can solve many problems in the world. Yesterday, I was talking with a few dignitaries, and especially discussing about the science and technologies. And we were thinking, what have we done in science in the world? I discussed with you, madam. Whether science has played an important role in our life, yes, solving so many health-related issues, solving so many issues in food security, making life easy. But same time, I believe our science innovation has created more destruction than construction. The suffering of people around the world, look at what is happening in Gaza and other places in the world, and how it is done. Now it is a one click. They can destroy you right there. So I think time has come that we, especially the educationists, the scientists, we need to work together for prosperities, for peace, for construction rather than destruction. The world deserves to be a heaven rather than hell we are facing in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the responsibility rests on this forum, people like you, the head of the universities, the vice chancellor, the researcher, and leadership like DG ICESCO and other honorable dignitaries and ministers. I'll take you the journey how this vice chancellor forum started. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can share. Vice chancellor forum started right from here, and that is why our first vice chancellor forum was organized in 2012. It was June 11 and 12 in Islamabad. Ladies and gentlemen, this was a wow kind of thing. We received around 60 plus vice chancellors around the world in Islamabad, though that was a difficult time when there was a lot of terrorism due to Afghanistan war and other things. The vice chancellor came to Pakistan and this gave an hope to us that academia can join together, academia can join hands together and they can work together. Then after that, we had this 2013 September 23rd, 24 forum in Islamabad again, with the collaboration of ICESCO, of course, and HEC Higher Education Commission in Pakistan. I was lucky that I have served this organization way back in 2010 to 13 as Mudir Masai. And from there, this idea was created, and then, mashallah, we are here in the sixth time. The third one was again in Islamabad, February 23rd, 24 and 2015. The fourth one was in Turkey, Ankara, when President Erdogan invited the vice chancellor in his newly built palace, and it was a big success there. More than 300 universities, they participated there. And they have done so much agreements, there's so much understanding, so much hand-holding. And if I can start narrating you, you will be, it will take 2-3 hours at least. Ladies and gentlemen, the sixth one, the fifth one was again in Islamabad, March 1920, 2023, for Excellency Director General Dr. Salim Malik. He was chief guest there, he was invited there. He took this as a leadership role there, and he organized this very wonderful Vice Chancellor Forum there, where we also launched big initiatives to address the future challenges the higher education sector is facing in Islamic world. This year again, we were planning to host you in Islamabad, and last month it was finalized. Excellency, as Director General, was committed, but still he agreed, and he was very kind that he said, I will personally come to Islamabad. We were expecting more than 100 plus vice chancellors from Islamic country, and of course 262 vice chancellors from Pakistan in that event. But due to that unfortunate event happened between India and Pakistan, we have to postpone it. My dream was to make this Vice Chancellor Forum in long-term sustainable activity so that our academia, our researchers should come together and they should take responsibility and they should be acting as a real beacon house for the society, especially in Islamic world. But this was continued, and of course Iran and Israel issue happened. So Excellency was kind enough, he offered that why don't we host you in Rabat. So I can see every person from Pakistan, they were willing to come to Rabat. They were excited to visit Morocco because they heard a lot good thing about Morocco, the beautiful. culture, heritage, everything, but it was not possible to bring so many people here. So we were able to manage. It is the biggest delegation from Pakistan, I think 45 plus people, I think. We are here today, ladies and gentlemen. The target to challenge to us is today that we have a big powerhouse in Islamic countries. And what is that powerhouse? That is the young people. More than 850 million people young in Islamic country, the young people, which is the future, which is the gold mine, I always say. If our nations, our countries, our member states, they invest on them, they give them those skill sets which are required today and days to come. Ladies and gentlemen, we can bring back that 8th century to 13th century era, where inshallah Muslim scientists, researchers will be leading. The only missing thing is we don't collaborate with each other. So my request to honorable leaders sitting in this hall will be, please take this as a big responsibility. Let's work together to solve the issue of common person. I'm not asking we need to solve the issue of Islamic world. We need to solve the issues of humanity. We have to work for the welfare of the people in this world. And this is how we can make the world a prosperous world and heaven. How can we do it? The roadmap and direction is already given by Excellency Dr. Malik and of course Excellency Dr. Hassan Iqbal. We have provided you this platform. I'm getting old. I know I'm young, but still getting old. So I was telling Excellency, the Director General, that I'm completing my tenure next month, 29th July. What will happen next? So that is why we came here to request ICESCO to take the ownership. Take the ownership, and these type of forums are essential and they should be must part. And I also request unofficially couple of individuals showed interest that they want to hold this event next year. So I hope tomorrow, inshallah, before we conclude, we will be announcing the next year conference somewhere in the Islamic world. And there needs to be continued. Now it is not only the conference, the next stage is the action. We inaugurated, and it was inaugurated again, Dr. Malik, the Ilm Bank concept, the virtual bank, where we decided that we are going to start Erasmus Plus type of program like in European Union they have done. They are giving scholarship, they are helping mobility, they are helping man-to-man contract, they are helping researcher to do the joint research, they are helping academia to do the mobility part, they are helping the student to go to each other country and learn from there. Why can't we do it? And we always think the money is the solution. I think money is the secondary thing. If you get good concept, if you have a good program, good project, I can bet you money will automatically come. This Ilm Bank, the concept we created jointly with ICESCO, it was just a thought, and alhamdulillah, last time when we were holding this Vice Chancellor Forum in Ankara, I got offer from Turkey, I got offer from Malaysia, I got offer from Indonesia, I got offer from Saudi, that we are also going to put our scholarship in this platform. But it cannot, then it was discontinued and the process was stopped. This year, inshallah, we are here to announce from Pakistan an humble kind of contribution for this Ilm Bank. And inshallah, we have so many countries in our Islamic, under OIC, basically. If we can add few drops every country, we can have a big thing. My dream is that inshallah from next year, under the leadership of Dr. Salam Al-Malik from ICESCO platform, because we initiated this thing together, but because one country cannot do everything. The whole nation, whole Islamic world need to come forward and work as a team. If Pakistan, country like these, 40 plus vice chancellors here, out of them 25 universities, they have already pledged from their side, fully or partially funded scholarship. So I am giving you a rough figure of 1,300 plus scholarship excellency today we are offering you from Pakistani universities, that we are putting our first pledge. These scholarships are going to be fully funded, 776, 556 partially funded, and altogether today at this moment by these group of Vice Chancellors, they are offering 1,322 Vice Chancellor scholarship today starting from coming fall. And inshallah, I promise that we'll go back. We have 262 universities in Pakistan. We'll make, as I promised with you, more than 2,000, inshallah, before the start of fall semester. May I request, may I request our Minister Ahsan Iqbal Sahab to formally present this document to Excellency that this Pakistan government, our universities, they are offering this scholarship. And inshallah, on behalf of, I will be signing in front of you so people should have regard that we mean it. So our minister will give this document to Excellency Director General its starting point. And I'm expecting the Honorable Vice Chancellor from different countries sitting here before, ये देना है सबको वहाँ पे, सर आप दे दें वहाँ पे, इधर ही आके. So we will be starting the first step. This is the first drop. And I expect that more drops will be coming, inshallah. I will request the Vice Chancellor who are participating here and who are listening online today, this event, watching them, to put their contribution there. Whatever you can do. These scholarships mean any student, we have created a portal, and inshallah we will be sharing with you in next few months through ICESCO that we will give links to every university in the Islamic countries to put their offer in that virtual bank. And inshallah, my wish is, my dream is, by next year, Excellency, our target should be 10,000 scholarship annually by Islamic world to our ummah, for young people. The model of this scholarship is that student from the whole, wherever they are living, Islamic country or non-Islamic country, we don't mind. If we can have more options, we can open for the world, inshallah. So they can enter when the admission time is starting, the visibility will be there all over the world. They can register themselves. If they qualify admission, they don't have to pay any tuition fee, they don't have to pay any hostel fee. The only missing piece still remaining there is the traveling cost and the monthly living expenses. We are already requesting Islamic Development Bank. I'm already pitching through my friends in international donor funds, and we are getting, Excellency, very positive response. Even the Western countries are willing to chip in some resources. They said, if you implement this project, we'll support you. So they always, in the Martin Luther King said in state once, when he was emerging, I have a dream. And unless you dream, you cannot have the reality. So my dream and my request to this August gathering will be that please own this thing. Let's create collaboration with each other. Let's do the hand-holding. The strongest partner should handhold the weaker partner, and let's pull them out of these so-called dark ages in our part of the world. We used to be the leader, but now we are follower. Look what is happening. We have the bigger number, 54, I think, our member state. 40% and more natural resources with us. But look at the suffering of our Islamic world. More than 50% of least developing countries are Islamic countries. Isn't it pity? So solution is in education. Solution is in science and technology. Solution is in collaboration. Solution is in hand-holding. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe this two-day conference is going to address these issues. I will urge our leaders sitting here, take this initiative as a starting point again, and let's make this peaceful activity as a routine activity in our daily life. Every institution, every country has the responsibility. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, when his messenger came to our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the first lesson was Ikra bismi rabbikal ladzi. Why we have lost that direction? So let's work together, ladies and gentlemen. With this thought, Excellency, I'm very much thankful on behalf of the government of Pakistan, on behalf of our higher education sector, the 6 million young people who are in our university and degree awarding institution. We have 150 million young people in Pakistan, mashallah. This is a big gold mine. If we can invest the same way if other countries also invest on their youth, I think future is bright. We have done, mashallah, many good initiatives in Pakistan under the leadership of our Honorable Minister, Mr. Hassan Iqbal. And we are offering all kind of assistance to all our partner universities, all our partner member states, that whatever we can do, please let us know. And if you think you can help us, please do that. This is the way forward, and this is what we are looking forward toward you. And I believe ICESCO is the best platform to create the hope in our society. And the visionary hope, and I'm not saying this because Excellency Director General is sitting here, but he has created that hope. You can see, mashallah, the challenge which we are facing, but still people are merging here. We converge here in this platform. And that is I think, the hope left, that if we can work together, we can make this world heaven. If we can work together, we can bring prosperity to our societies. If we can work together, we have to go for the jump start if we want to move with the rest of the world. This AI is nothing, believe me. The next things which are going to challenge us is the biotechnology, basically. The speed will be totally different. And then there are other, we have to explore, like space, like oceans, and so many things where we have to do some exploration. And the new emerging technologies are becoming a big challenge. In my era, when I was young and studying, it was centuries sometime. It was sometime half a century when technology was changing. The challenge today is that they are taking days to change the technology. They are taking only a few hours, that suddenly something is changing. But before I close my talk, Excellency, I'm a professor, so when I get a chance, I do speak, and such gathering, you never get a chance to speak. We should not forget, we have done a very initiative thing in Pakistan. We were worried that our youth has been hijacked by this social media. We were worried that our youth is challenging us. That is good, they should challenge us. But they're confused, who is right? Because when they go and type something in ChatGPT about the Islam or about the creation of Pakistan or something like that, they get a very strange answer and they get confused. Because our leaders, our educationists, our imam and ustad, they have not given them the right answer. And that is why they are now confused. And I openly said in Pakistan in media and in social media also, that our youth has been hijacked by this machine. I called it Dajjali Fitna. Because we were told that Dajjal will come and he is going to have one eye. This part is going to have 3 eyes. So it is bigger than Dajjal. So what needs to be done? We have to play our role. We have to create our narrative. And the basic thing is we have to bring our youth toward Quran, whatever, Professor, you are doing. And we have done in Pakistan. We have created essential to our course in Pakistan from coming fall, where every student entering in the university, whether undergraduate, MS, PhD, He has to go through that special learning of Family Quran so that we should be reconnected with our base, so that we should have a clarity, what is our role, why we are created as Ashraful Makhluqat, why we were created by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and we should play that role. Ladies and gentlemen, with these thoughts, because Sharif told me that there's a little time, you need to make your speech little longer so that tea is ready. So that is why I have to put it like that. Excellency, sorry for that. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Allah bless you. Excellency, thank you for offering this leadership role. And may Allah bless you and give you wisdom and support. And we are all with you to take this agenda forward. And inshallah, the whole community is with you. And inshallah, we will make a difference. That is a promise, inshallah, by this forum, this all vice chancellors sitting here, 150 plus. Inshallah, we'll work together for humanity, for future, to make this life, inshallah, better. And after that, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for patient listening. Pakistan Zindabad, ICESCO Payandabad. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Muhtar Ahmed, for your wonderful speech and on offering the scholarships and thoughtful messages for the youth and ICESCO, and your wishes, what you you have for ICESCO. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Her Excellency Amina Gurib Fakim is with us, and I don't want to put her on a wait. So she wanted to come to Rabat for some reasons she could not travel because she's engaged somewhere else. So I would like to invite her to deliver a talk at the 6th Vice Chancellor Forum of Universities in the Islamic world. Her Excellency is a renowned scientist. She's a friend of ICESCO also. Biodiversity advocate, a global thought leader, Her Excellency Amina Gurib Fakim made history as the first woman to serve as a president of Mauritius. Her contributions to science, education, and leadership, both in Africa and internationally, have earned her widespread recognition and respect. We are privileged to welcome Her Excellency to share her inspiring perspectives on critical role of science, innovation, and inclusive leadership in shaping the future of higher education and knowledge economy in the Islamic world. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome virtually Her Excellency Amina Gurib to deliver her speech. Excellency, you are muted. Umar? Apologies for Excellency for that. It's going to be fixed. I'm sure our guests from different countries, they're enjoying the city, the Rabat, the beautiful, the weather also. I mean, some people came from the very hot, the cities and the countries. Actually, Rabat offers really diversity in many things, in the culture, in their hospitality. So we see that if the Excellency is connected, Excellency is actually connected, but the speakers are not working, I think. Yeah. Excellency, may I suggest you to on the speaker on your phone, I mean the mic of your phone, please. It might work. We tested yesterday, actually.
unmute.
Yes.
Can you? Yes?
Yes, we do hear you, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sharif. Assalamu alaikum to everybody, excellencies, distinguished guests, the leadership and members of the ICESCO family, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good day. It is always a privilege to be associated with this event and has been in the past as well. And I apologize for not being able to be physically present. I would have loved to be in Rabat among you all, but now the technology allows, we can address through the media. Ladies and gentlemen, as other speakers have said, this conference comes at an opportune time, and the chosen theme speaks precisely to this need. This sixth Vice-Chancellor Forum of Universities of the Islamic world has chosen the theme of reimagining higher education in the Islamic world with a focus on innovation, sustainability, and global impact. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, as a forum of vice-chancellors and educators, our prime duty is that we educate. As vice-chancellors and academicians, we all agree that in the narrowest sense, universities offer today's youth the knowledge and the skills they will need to enter the workforce. In societies like ours, with young, burgeoning populations and expanding middle classes, the demand for access to higher education will only continue to grow. So universities will have a fine balancing act to do, how to negotiate the tension between increased access, sustained quality assurance, and relevance of the courses to societies they serve that will make their graduates employable. But the question of what constitutes relevance in a university education will, of course, be answered differently in different locations. Any hasty answer can become short-sighted, as increasingly a university should not just be training for the job that exists today, but educating for the challenges that will exist in the future. We cannot possibly imagine today what problems an engineer or a clinician will be confronted with 20 or 30 years from now. But the education we can offer should provide that engineer, for example, with the intellectual tools they will need to tackle problems that they cannot yet foresee, as well as ensuring that they are capable and flexible enough of re-educating themselves as new opportunities arise. Educating our youth, however, must go beyond these basic functionings of training and ensuring employability. Because to be globally competitive, universities must remain that agora for global citizens and generators of future leadership. We should aspire to inculcate a view of the world that is broad, multifaceted, and interconnected. Put succinctly, we should aspire to teach our youth on how to think and not just on what to think. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the next question that we must be asking ourselves is, what are the other ways universities contribute to their societies? University faculties also generate knowledge through their research. Alongside education, research can have a decisive impact on a university's contribution to society. Beyond its duty to impart knowledge, it is a university's commitment to research that allows it to conceive solutions to global challenges, and this is commensurate with its research output, be it from applied or fundamental research. There remains, however, a false dichotomy, as one can easily state that there are two types of research, applied and not yet applied, and usually we call that fundamental research. As academicians, one must also like to stress on the importance of interdisciplinary research, and in particular, the crucial role that the arts, humanities, and social sciences have in contextualizing the new knowledge we create. The problems we normally face are human problems. The solutions may be technological or science-based, but can only be implemented in a human context. Only our specialists in the arts, humanities, and social sciences can help us do that. But whether fundamental or applied, whether in the hard sciences or in the arts and humanities, what should drive a university is the thrill of discovery and the certainty that is making a difference to society locally and globally. Ladies and gentlemen, my third point is that there is another way in which the 21st century university can contribute to society. It is by innovating. And I think this is one of the thrusts of this conference this week. To be useful to society, a university must put its discoveries to work and create impact. Science and technology are not only the tools for generating knowledge, but should also help spin off incubators, firms, and revenues generated and jobs created. It matters now more than ever, especially in the current political context, when even elite universities are under pressure. Yet, it is also a fact that universities have enormous convening power, and their leaders have this natural capacity to work closely with policymakers, educators, and industry leaders. They are uniquely positioned to be outlets for innovation in the service of society, and this should be a key aspiration for the 21st century university, whilst not forgetting that nowadays, because data is the new oil. And I can see that many other speakers have touched on to this issue already. But how do we do this, ladies and gentlemen? I have outlined that what I think should be essential functions of a global, world-leading university in the 21st century. It is easier said than done. I'm sure you're all aware of that, being the Vice Chancellors, that you are leading your university. The question remains, how do we achieve this? And when we achieve it, how do we sustain it? I would like to argue again, without being too prescriptive, that there are at least 4 essential elements to the mix. The first one is the need to invest in the human capital. It is impossible to build high-quality institutions without high-quality people. All of us, whether living in developed or emerging societies, are now faced with the imminent prospect of a slowdown in the economic growth driven by commodities. When this happens, the societies that have failed to invest in the men and women will no doubt fall behind. A university must be committed to the full development of a nation's talent. By this, I mean a development of talent that is inclusive of sectors of the population that have not traditionally been represented in higher education and to whom opportunities have not traditionally been afforded. And here I have in mind the role of women being a case in point. It is an area where Muslim countries, interestingly enough, though, have been at the vanguard. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not by accident that the first university was established by a Muslim woman, the Tunisian-born Fatima al-Firi, in 859 CE in Fez, Morocco, for Islam obligated both genders to pursue learning. Unfortunately, inequality of opportunity between men and women still persists in the university sector generally. There is a continuing disparity between the number of women who enter higher education and those who go on to attain the highest level of academic success. To be able to address this, higher standards of openness and inclusiveness are needed, and one has to strive to create the best place for study for all individuals, whatever their gender or their background. Equality of opportunities should be our guiding mantra because a university's diversity plays an important role in sustaining its academic excellence. World-class universities need the most talented men and the most talented women if they are to remain world-class. My second point is, ladies and gentlemen, is the need for collaboration. In this 21st century, collaboration between universities, within countries, and across borders is no longer optional. It is almost existential. If we agree that the generation of knowledge through research is an essential function of a successful modern university, then we must all agree on the need for more collaboration. Most of you in the audience will be well acquainted with the transformational flourishing of the arts and the sciences that took place around the 8th and the 9th centuries, known by historians as the Islamic Golden Age. In courses from Cairo to Cordoba and from Baghdad to Damascus, the period brought about a revolution in human knowledge. The advances in astronomy, physics, mathematics laid the foundation for some of the greatest leaps in human progress. We now look back on that era wistfully, not only because it was a period of great intellectual effervescence, but also because it was a time of great intellectual connectedness. Knowledge was the most common currency between East and West. Its advancements through freedom of inquiry was the common projects of Muslims, Jews, and Christians. Also, universities are perhaps the only institution with the means and legitimacy to bridge the gap between disciplines, between different sectors of society, between cultures, and create leaders of integrity. Integrity, as we all know, is a key component of leadership, and it is the foundation upon which trust is built. And here I have to cite the Nigerian author Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, who once said, the world is a better place when we act from the authenticity of who we are, unquote. The third point I would like to bring is the freedom of inquiry. Alongside the imperative to invest in talent and to collaborate, there is a third essential and non-negotiable requisite for a global world-leading university, which is the freedom of inquiry. To be useful to society, a university must put its discoveries to work. But universities must also foster an environment in which curiosity-driven research, famously called blue sky research or fundamental research, and innovation are allowed to flourish. A utilitarian view of the value of universities is regrettably becoming more prevalent. The buzzword in universities across the world nowadays is impact, and increasingly government funding is being tied to and hinges on demonstrating impact. Pioneering bridge building creates visual impact, but it is not quite as easy to show the impact of your work if you are a philosopher or a linguist. In the face of policies that expect all university management to constantly demonstrate university's economic value, it must be hard for you, dear Vice Chancellors, for having to defend the core principles of autonomy, freedom of inquiry, and excellence, but still, universities need the autonomy and flexibility to make decisions for themselves. Also, research-intensive universities are a long-term enterprise. Crucial to their viability is their ability to resist pressures to move their research in a more utilitarian direction and forego the often serendipitous outcomes of investigator-led inquiry. The fourth point I would like to leave with you is how to take the long view. The essential ingredient in university leadership and management is the ability to take the long view. Today's leading universities have long and rich histories, spanning centuries, thus suggesting that they have developed resilience that enabled them to deal with uncertainty. Their timescales went beyond purely government-backed or commercial priorities. One needs to take the long view, as it is often the cumulative effect of fundamental research that is the most important. Investing in the long-term future of people is paramount, as many of the people graduating from universities today will be leaders of tomorrow. So, ladies and gentlemen, the mission of any university that aspires to be world-leading is to educate, to generate knowledge, and to innovate. Thus, a university needs to invest in people. It needs to unleash the potential that comes from collaboration. It needs to defend its autonomy in order to pursue freedom of inquiry and to take the long view with excellence always as its objectives. I believe there are some of the essential values to which any 21st century university that wishes to be world-class, the world leading, should adhere to. So in closing, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I stand in front of you today, not just as a guest, but someone who has spent the best of my working years in higher education. I also speak as someone who is under no illusion about the tremendous tasks that lie ahead of you, that lie ahead for all of us. But in order to successfully tackle this task, universities, especially those in Muslim-majority countries, need to extract and make use of every single drop of its valuable asset, that is, the ingenuity and talent of its men and women. Also, to be able to confront global challenges, we will have to rely not only on the scientists and engineers, but also on its experts in the humanities and social sciences who can put the global challenges in a human perspective. To face the dangers of a changing climate and increasing demand on the world's resources, we must look ahead and consider a future where knowledge remains the primary fuel for growth. In the decades ahead, university will be at the heart of the way in which our country responds to these challenges and satisfy our society's aspiration for equality, development, and growth. It is a fact that universities may not always hold all the answers. We are, however, certainly bound by our duty to society to articulate the right questions. I thank you for your attention.
Hello. No, it's working. Thank you very much, Excellency, for your kind words and a thoughtful message. Ladies and gentlemen, we have another invited talk, and then I'm honored to introduce a truly inspiring figure whose work has left an indelible mark on peace building and dialogue across the region and beyond. We are privileged to welcome virtually Ms. Vedat, a visionary business leader and Nobel Peace Prize recipient. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Vedat as she shares her thoughts with us today in reimagining the higher education in Islamic world.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, Excellencies, we do.
Good morning, Dr. Sharif. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Excellencies, professors, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize for not being with you in person, but I'm here today to share my thoughts about education in Islamic countries. It's with a true respect and a deep sense of shared mission that I address you today, a matter of paramount importance. We are here to talk about something significant that touches the heart of our communities and defines our future, higher education in the Islamic world. Our path forward isn't just about tweaking existing institutions. It's about courageously reimagining them, shaping them around the mighty pillars of innovation, sustainability, and the global impact. We all know that education is the heartbeat of a nation's growth. As our world grows more interconnected and competition intensifies, education institutions are constantly challenged to elevate their game. They are responsible for nurturing brilliant, high-quality graduates who can thrive locally and internationally. Educators and institutions must continually evolve in this era of breathtaking technological leaps. Our universities, in particular, are vital hubs for research dedicated to tackling societal challenges and perfectly embodying the core mission of higher education to educate and teach, study and publish, and serve our communities. Let's not forget that the Islamic world carries a vibrant legacy of scholarship and intellectual exploration. Think of institutions like Al-Qayrawaniya, Zaytuna, and Al-Azhar. They were once Lebanon's beacons of knowledge, propelling advancements across countless fields. Today, we are powerfully called to reignite that very spirit. This means embracing innovation, ensuring our universities remain dynamic, relevant, and impactful in this modern age. To do this, we must seamlessly weave modern technologies into our teaching, champion groundbreaking and disciplinary research, and cultivate environments where critical thinking flourishes and creatively is celebrated. By doing so, we honor our profound tradition, where while preparing our students for the complex world they will inherit. Now let's talk about sustainability. This isn't just about protecting our environment, it's a profound moral and ethical command deeply woven in the fabric of Islamic teachings. Our universities have a crucial role to lead by example. We must embrace green practices on campus, vigorously promote research into sustainable development, and most importantly, instill a deep sense of responsibility toward our planet in every student. By making sustainability a core part of everything we do, from our curriculum to our campus operations, we ensure our graduates are knowledgeable and deeply conscientiously global citizens. This means first, rethinking curricula, embedding sustainability and environmental ethics into every relevant academic program, fostering a deep awareness and personal responsibility among our students. Second, greening our campuses, implementing smart green infrastructure, energy efficient systems, and robust waste reduction practices to minimize our environmental footprint truly. Third, engaging our communities, extending our sustainability efforts beyond the university gates through impactful community service and partnership that champion environmental stewardship, a reach for all. In our incredibly interconnected world, our education institutions cannot afford to be confined by borders. We can powerfully amplify our global impact by actively fostering international collaboration, vibrant students and faculty exchange programs, and ambitious joint research initiatives. Such partnerships don't just enrich our academic environments, they promote vital cultural understanding and firmly establish the Islamic world as a significant contributing force to global knowledge and innovation. Reimagining higher education in the Islamic world through innovation, sustainability, and global impact is a grand collective journey. It demands clear vision, unwavering commitment, and profound collaboration from all of us. We can transform our educational institutions into vibrant catalysts for positive change by embracing modern advancements while staying true to our timeless values. As a woman, as a professor, I think it's very important to focus on education for women, particularly in Islamic countries, because it's a little bit complex. And we need to think that Islam is a religion encourages equal education for both men and women. The actual state of women's education varies across different Islamic countries. Islam places a high value on education. The Prophet Muhammad said, seeking knowledge is obligatory upon every Muslim, male and female. And we have very renowned female scholars in the early Islamic era, such as Aisha bin Abu Bakr, Fatima al-Fihri, founder of the University of Qayrawaniya in Morocco. The key is to think about women and to focus on women education. So we need to empower women through education. Let's us embark on this incredible journey together, drawing strength from our rich heritage and ignited by the boundless possibilities of tomorrow. I urge each and every one of you to step forward and play your vital part on this transformative process. Together, we can and will make an extraordinary difference in the future of higher education in the Islamic world. Thank you so much. Shukran jazila.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude this inspiring opening session of the 6th Vice-Chancellor Forum of Universities in Islamic World, I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to all of our esteemed speakers and participants for their insightful contributions and uplifting presence. This gathering marks a powerful beginning to what promises to be 2 days of rich dialogue, meaningful partnership, and visionary ideas for shaping the future of higher education across our member countries and beyond. We now invite you to proceed to the networking and coffee break, a valuable opportunity for our guests to know each other. Before that, I would like to announce that after the coffee break, we have the ministerial session where His Excellency Professor Hassan Iqbal, His Excellency Mr. Munim Anis, His Excellency Dr. Mukhtar Ahmed, and Deputy Minister of Higher Education Libya, Excellency Dr. Saleh Al-Kul, and Professor Hamid Boubid would be the panelists. This panel will be convened by Ms. Lydia, Secretary General of Science Europe, who is here also following her talk. So now I would request you to have a little break, and then we meet after 30 minutes in the same hall. Thank you very much. keynote speaker. So as a keynote
Yeah.
speaker, and then the following the keynote speaker, you will be
Okay.
the convener. So you can continue then.
Yeah, exactly.
and
I can
after
continue.
you talk, you can invite. Or
And then I
you
can use
also-
this.
You may invite them also even before you talk. But I think it is better they sit there because they can see your talk from there.
Yeah, exactly.
So after talk,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
can
yeah.
come.
So I talk.
Omar?
Is should I ask for questions or no?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Questions, yes.
And then if there are no questions,
I think it should be interactive, so therefore
okay.
we'll
Then
answer questions.
I present them,
Yes, yeah.
and then from then on I launch the first question.
Yes, yeah. So if someone is volunteer to answer, or not.
Well, what I
then-
would do, I would maybe I would say
Can you put the presentation, please?
I would just say maybe out of the
Assalamu alaikum. It's from Kampala, Uganda.
Kampala,
Uganda, Islamic University in
Islamic
Uganda.
University,
Yes,
so
you
the-
came to
it's my-
Kampala.
I came many times. to
Yes, but
Kampala,
you
thank
should come now and
I
see.
will
Please,
come.
please.
I will
And,
discuss.
he just told me.
And
So I
Hamid.
said, yes, Hamid, you know even the name.
No, no.
Check. Check. Check.
session. Our honorable ministers are here in the room. So it's my request to all our honorable guests to be seated, please. Okay. Dear colleagues, can I request you to be seated, please? Professor, and ladies and gentlemen, the next session is very important. Session is a ministerial, the plenary session we are going to convene. It's navigating the future of higher education, AI, ODL, technological disruptions, students' outcome, etc. Challenges and opportunities. So this session will be convened by Lydia Burrell. Dr. Lydia Burrell has served as a Secretary General of Science Europe, the association of major national research funding and performing organizations across Europe, since 2019, and was recently reappointed for a second term, extending her leadership through 2030. In her role, she strategized and executed the organization's agenda, shaping European research policy and driving initiatives for open science to research integrity, international cooperation, doctoral education, and gender equity. She earned her PhD in chemical engineering, solar energy from the University of Barcelona, and has held academic and leadership roles, including Director for Research and Innovation at the European University Association, Director of Research at University Pompeu Fabra, and visiting scholar positions in Canada. I am very much honored to invite Dr. Lydia Burrell to give the keynote speech and also convene the next session. Ms. Lydia Burrell.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's very tough always to come back to a session after a coffee break, so thank you very much for being here with us, and ready to listen, ready to learn to this session where we are going to focus on policies for research and education, and also on sustainability. I have an immense honor to address this distinguished audience today. Excellencies, thank you very much for being here, and thank you very much to Muhammad Sharif for his kind invitation. And I can't express enough how happy I am here to have met a few of you already, and I look forward to this discussion very much. So I will start with an introductory talk, speaking from the world that I know best, universities and research funding and research performing organizations in Europe. And I will illustrate with a few examples how we work and what are our plans to enhance sustainability, the environmental sustainability of research activities for the future. And I hope that you will find that interesting, at least some learnings, and as much as I have learned already from you by listening these inspiring talks earlier this morning. So who I represent? So I represent 40 European organizations. They are national institutes, research funding organizations or research performing organizations from all over Europe. And we represent their interests in front of several bodies and different fora. We advocate for policies, for research that best suit the context in which we live in. We do that through different, three major strategic priorities. One is shaping European research policy developments. The second is more of a think tank for Science Europe, which is appraising research culture, research values. And last but not least is how to strengthen the role of science in society. Everything we do is kind of encapsulated in these three priorities. We, first of all, are an organization that promotes exchange within their members, within those 40 organizations, and promotes collaboration between them, and importantly, it serves their interests, their missions, but also we act as the spokespeople for them. We are a member of what is called the European Research Area Forum, where several key stakeholders, universities, research and technology organizations are also represented. We do talk frequently with the Commission, European Parliament, the European institutions in general, and at global level, we are represented in several fora, such as the Global Research Council. This is an informal organization of the research councils, national research councils, globally, worldwide, all countries involved. We talk to individually, of course, to national funders like Japan Science and Technology, the National Science Foundation of China, National Science Foundation of the US, South Africa, etc. And also importantly, we have dialogue with the United Nations, UNESCO, ICESCO, OECD Global Research, Global Science Forum, and other university networks. That's in a nutshell what we do and who we are. So I am speaking from this perspective. Now, if we focus on the environment, I went too fast, yeah. On the context for the environmental sustainability of research activities, that is in line with what the speakers in the previous session said about research institutions taking responsibility for what is their footprint in the environment. We can have a look first at the SDGs, and you may have seen this graph in the report from 2024, how stagnating we are doing in relation to all the SDGs, particularly if you look at the fourth one, which is which targets the education. That perhaps is one of the most worrisome lack of progress. In terms of, you know it very well, in terms of the United Nations defined the triple planetary crisis hitting us stronger and stronger all the time. We live in a critical decade. There are foreseen enormous losses if we do not tackle climate change and its consequences. Now, academia needs to raise up to the expectations of delivery, the knowledge that is necessary to fight climate change and the consequences, and all this in the middle of an increasing polarization in the world with lots of geopolitical and societal challenges. So this is far from being easy, but let me illustrate with a few examples how research also generates environmental footprint that we need to tackle. And here you have just 4 examples of organizations, research organizations that perform excellent research and at the same time also contributing to the global warming on its own right. So we need to, as organizations in research, in education, we should be leading by example by adopting measures that help climate change to remain under control, or at least to be able to provide solutions. If we illustrate this in a graph about what is the role of academia in fundamental research, applied research, science for policy, education and training, providing sustainability solutions for society, and if we intersect that on what do we need to do, leading by example, we realize that governments, institutions need to take responsibility for that to happen. We need to define more new policies for research and for greening research specifically. I don't know where to move on. Yes. Now, so what do we do? What is the reflection in Science Europe for that to happen? First of all, back in 2021, doesn't move. No, yes. Back in 2021, we partnered with several university organizations. The International Sustainability Campus Network, CSAR, is the university network of universities of technology in Europe. And we came up with a call to action for universities, call to action for research centers, which we launched in the framework of COP26. Now, furthermore, in a dialogue within Science Europe, with these national research funding and research performing organizations, we came up with a framework for the environmental sustainability of research organizations with 8 clear lines of work, from cleaning up or working towards cleaner labs to refurbishing buildings and making them more environmentally friendly. There is a whole set of actions that I invite you to read and consult if you would like to find some inspiration there. In short, we have a sort of guidelines about how to go about it, how to play the interplay between fundamental research, between applied research, to be in line with all this academic freedom that the speakers before me have alluded to, and at the same time be able to provide solutions and the knowledge for solutions and innovations to fight climate change. In addition to interdisciplinary research, transdisciplinary research, so involving actors in the different parts of the society, in the different parts of the value chain of research, is of essence. And this is a problem. Why is it a problem? Is because currently the research assessment systems are rewarding normally monodisciplinary fields, monodisciplinary researchers. It's very tough to find good panels for assessing interdisciplinary or transdisciplinary research. We hear a lot of individual experiences of researchers that complain that because they work at the intersection of one or several fields, they find great difficulties in progressing their careers. So definitely something needs to be done to foster that interdisciplinary and this transdisciplinary, because that is what is good for society. There is another way, it is to education. You are here as Vice Chancellors of universities, the education of students, you know perfectly that's the key to the future. So inserting in all syllabus the criteria for how to make our life more sustainable, that is a perfect way for them when they exit your institutions to be able to develop that in everything they do, whatever it is, from school teachers to CEOs of important companies, that they need to be embed this value on sustainability in anything we do. Last but not least, science communication is of essence. I don't know so much the Islamic world, but I know that in the non-Islamic world, there is a lot of mistrust in science, and quite worrying is increasing. So we need to do something to increase the trust in science, not trust because of trust, but trust because the academic community is ethical, relies on sound processes. So we need to perhaps be better at transmitting what is the research process about, instead of perhaps just transmitting an excellent outcome, next cure for research cancer, for example. But what is it that led to that fantastic discovery? That is something that normally is not presented to the public. So maybe we need to do something in this respect, and maybe the funding programs should involve more and better science communication out from the start of the research process, right from call, preparation, before applications come into the call, so researchers can get prepared. And of course, we can't overload researchers either with tasks that do not correspond with them. Here's where the role of institutions has to come in to help, to provide researchers the right tools for them to fulfill those other additional missions that are still so important for the work they developed. And many of you in the previous panel already alluded to that international collaboration. I am very pleased by the openness of Professor Muntkar, because this is not about Islam or not Islam. This is about all of us in the earth. We are in the same boat. Thank you very much for your words. This is really important. Mobility programs, exchange programs, this concerns us all. And we all know as well how difficult it is to get visas for researchers, how they get stuck, how they get bad looks. So we need to connect very finely strategy with practice, from the strategic thinking to the field. It is so important to never lose track of the thread that unites us all from a strategy to individuals, that it is of essence that funding bodies, performing bodies, governments get aligned around this principle. Here is just a list. I will not spend too much time on that, but this is a list of benefits. What would be the benefit of all that? Some of you may be wondering. There are huge economic benefits ahead. To start with human capital, very well-educated human capital, which naturally bring us benefits, societal benefits, will engage into a whole chain of applications and developments that will be good for humanity. Inclusiveness, men and women, but also race, ethnicity, disabilities, these are all matter of equity, and we need to fight to get that equity that we all would like to have. I also highlighted legal compliance because there is an increasing need or drive to make everything legalized, to be compliant, and that's very good. At the same time, this legal enforcement needs to be rational and needs to be proportional. So I think this is also equally important. Last but not least, we were talking before about trust in science. If we lead by example, I think trust in science will come. If we lead with ethics, if we lead with integrity, that is what it will pay off, and we need to work very hard for that. I will just finish my talk by providing a few examples of what have we done in Europe. So here you have a graph with 6 core values. We brought our community together to synthesize in 5, 6 values what is of essence, no matter the discipline you work in the field. And we came up with these 6 values: autonomy and freedom of scientific inquiry, care and collegiality, collaboration, equality, diversity and inclusion, ethics and integrity, and openness and transparency. And we believe that these are very general. They should be a source of at least questioning for every person to see how they relate to all of our different realities. This is another example of how we promote sustainability. I said before that Science Europe is in what is called the European Research Area Forum. So that is what, at the level of European policies, we promote the effort for sustainability of research activities. And my last example would be, second last, this is about how our organizations are embedding those 6 values I told you before in their own institutional policies, because that is what it makes it practical. And last but not least, based on our position as a stakeholder in Europe, how we talk to the Commission for the next framework program that is now in preparation, you know, FP10 from 2027 to 2032, will hopefully embed more criteria for sustainability of research activities. And with this, I would like to end my talk and thank you for your attention. And as I have been invited also to moderate the next panel, let me invite the panelists. Professor Hassan Iqbal, please, can you come on the stage? Federal Minister for Planning, Development and Special Initiatives from Pakistan. Munim Anis, Minister of Higher Education, Labor and Skills Development for the Maldives. Mukhtar Ahmed, Chairperson of the Higher Education Commission in Pakistan. Saleh Al Ghul, Deputy Minister of Higher Education in Libya. And last but not least, Hamid Bouabid, Director of Scientific Research and Innovation at the Ministry of Higher Education for Scientific Research and Innovation in Morocco. Is Hamid here? So Hamid, is Hamid here? Maybe not. Okay. He's invited anyway. So, sorry, I forgot to ask you, are there any comments or any questions that you would like to provide after my talk? No? I saw several of you taking photos, so thank you for that. If not, I will move here. I hope that works. Yes, thank you. Good. Okay, so we have these excellent distinguished panels to reflect on the future of higher education and research. Maybe I would start with you to say a few words about what are your policies for development here. Yes. I think that will work.
Yeah, thank you very much. As you have heard in the previous talks, almost everyone spoke about the paradigm shift that is taking place in the world. The new era in which we are entering is going to be diametrically or completely opposite of what we see today. Many of the skills for which we are training our young generations in our universities are likely to become obsolete in next 10 years. And many new skills that will be in demand are not maybe even on the horizon. So one of the very big challenge that we face is envisioning the future and realigning our education system with the needs of tomorrow, rather than just focus on the efficiency of a system which is going to become redundant in a very short period of time. So the effectiveness matrix, I think, is very relevant. So we have developed a 7-point framework for performance audit of the universities, to which I briefly touched in my talk. And I think that is very important, that we evaluate our universities on a very holistic framework as to how are they preparing themselves for future. The first pillar of that framework is the academic excellence curriculum pedagogy. Is it aligned with the new demand that we hope with Industrial Revolution 4 and 5 will set in? 2, what is the research and innovation agenda? How is it being done? Is it again aligned with what the country needs, with what the future demands? Because we have seen that many a times the research agendas tend to get very myopic. Maybe a professor has certain interest in certain field, but that is not relevant to the context of the country. That is not what is needed at that time. So the professor wants to publish an impact fact journal article. So probably, they would take research in that direction. So how do we align the research and innovation with the needs of the society and the future? The third part, which is relatively weak in our case and we are focusing on, is academia-industry linkage. We have made very heavy investment in our human resource in our universities. But most of the times we think that, this research is not really aligned with what is the research agenda of our country, whether it is in sustainability, whether it is in agriculture, whether it is in industry. So the future really is about knowledge economy. So our academia, our research has to be at the backbone of the knowledge economy that we envision for the competitiveness. So that way, the link between academia and industry, we are trying to strengthen. The fourth important point is universities are not just ivory towers where they only care about the students and the faculty they have. they also have a responsibility towards communities. So we are also pushing our universities that they must have an agenda to serve the communities. That youth or young people who are not very blessed to get enrolled into the university program. So how can the resources in the university be beneficial to imparting skills or other training? Fifth is about technology enablement. Now, future is about technology. How well is the university prepared in terms of its technology enablement to meet that challenge? Sixth, corporate governance. If university has to really play the role it ought to play, it must become a high-performance organization. Now, it cannot be a high-performance organization if it has poor corporate governance as an organization. So how is that? And finally, what is the quality of the product which it is producing? How is the market evaluating the product? So it is a 7-point framework on which we are now trying to evaluate performance of the universities so that we align them with the future needs of the society as well as of higher education due to the changes, as I said, which are coming.
Excellent. Thank you very much, and congratulations for this structured approach. Professor Munim.
Just Munim.
Munim, thank you. What would be your approach to the reform of policies for higher education and research?
We also have started all of our future policies now are aligned to what we call an initiative called Maldives 2.0 Digital Initiative. So this is one of the key priorities right now with the Ministry of Higher Education, and we have under our mandate labor as well. So we see the higher education now from a labor and employment perspective. So it is our responsibility to develop a human capital in going forward. So from that aspect, we are trying to formulate a fully comprehensive digital strategy where human capacity will be built based on the emerging technologies. Because the challenges that we see are the evolution, the rapid growth of the trending technologies, namely AI. It's really difficult for a country like us to capture. What I mean is that before these trendy new technologies come in, we were still evolving our university system, academic system, little bit I would say in infancy. We have 2 public universities which have which are relatively new on the sector, but now we are having to focus heavily on one specific area. Even if I say one specific area, this itself is a multidisciplinary discipline. So having to develop and put in a lot of resources in this, I think will be the next challenge for our country. So looking at this from skills development angle, we need to now rethink and reimagine how we look, what are the kind of skills that we would like to instill in the future workforce. So these are the current focus areas that we are tapping into from government policy perspective.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Professor Mokhtar.
Thank you, Professor Linda. Actually, we are all educationalists, but I think very simplest way, what is the role of university in the world? We need to understand that and then link with that whatever is said or whatever is expected from us. Basically, I think we need to understand that universities are meant for 3 basic things. Number 1 is imparting knowledge, of course. But the most important thing is the creation of knowledge. Now again, there is a division that whether you want to go on the applied side of research, whether you want to go for basic research, and I think time has come that we need to more fix toward the problem solving. So creation of knowledge is the biggest responsibility of our universities, which will, of course, innovation, new technologies. And the bottom line is, I always say to my professor, that whenever you want to do some research, please keep human in your mind. If you are not human-centric and you are just going to publish for impact factor, and we need to get out of that syndrome of impact factor also, that I have to make my CV thicker and I have to get promotion, etc., that is a secondary thing. I think the basic thing is we need to be human-centric, that what issue, what problem we are solving with this research to a common person. So that is the bottom line. The third one, very important thing is the integrating with the society. That whatever we are doing, whatever research we are doing, what is the relevance of my society, immediate society, then of course my country, then region, and of course our world. So if our focus is career, I think then we can reach whatever we are dreaming. And yes, in Pakistan, with the last 24 years the direct investment in higher education sector after creating the HEC, our number has been increased. We were given 3 targets: increase the access, address the issue of equity, go for quality, and of course focus on relevance part. So what we did in number, we have done very good job. From 51 universities in 2002, we have now 262 universities. Equity part, it's a wonderful news for everybody in the world, because we have the population of 50-50. Male to female population ratio is almost 50-50. In 2001 and 2, our population, female folks in our university system was hardly 32%, and 68% was male dominated. Today we are almost there. It is already 48 to 52%, 48% female. And the way they are entering in the higher education sector, I have started worrying about my male student, because we might have to do reverse engineering and fix some quota for them in future. So that is a very good sign that 50% of our society, female folks in Pakistan, they have decided to come in the front line to play their important role in the socio-economic development of the country. And the females are entering in every field, not only in medicine, but every field, including agriculture, space technology, engineering, and you name it. And they're making us proud, and all top positions are going to female. This is a very good transformation and change in Pakistani society. Of course, the second thing was quality, and we have learned, as Professor Hassan Iqbal was saying, that was his idea to go for this 7 pillar of quality assurance in our university system to link with the international best practices, and we have adopted it, best thing, the model in the world, and mashallah now we are in the stage where we will be doing this independent audit of our education system, university system, so that we should keep on improving. It is a continued process of learning. The third one is the relevance. Again, the bottom line, that whatever we are doing, how it is going to benefit people, how it is going to benefit humanity. This is still a long way to go, and we have to work with it. The presentation Professor Linda was giving, it is a very basic thing. And our religion also teaches us those basic ethics, value, openness, fairness. So we are not inventing something new, but we have to shift the focus basically there, and I think that will make a big difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can you pass the microphone, yes, please, to Saleh Al Ghul, please.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I think there is a big challenge for our universities and the education system, how to follow the demand of the market. As we know, there's many jobs has been disappeared, and there's many jobs will be disappeared. So how to prepare the students or the graduates to the new jobs? So since the technology and the innovation become not only the backbone of the knowledge-based economy, but the cornerstone for achieving the sustainability development goals through the use of the fourth industrial revolution, AI and digital transformation application in all life aspects. On the other hand, the stimulation of entrepreneurship and innovation culture in education system has become an essential factor for providing solutions to social problems and catalyze that for technology transfer and commercialize it through collaboration and interactive between academic and institution and the business sector. So the AI is now essential for the education, but I think all we agree the AI not replacing the human being. So since we are agree the AI not replacing the human being, so we can use the AI to develop the universities, especially in the curricula of education system. Actually, the education will likely be more personalized, efficient, and data informed with the human oversight. Ensure that the technology enhance, not replace the human element of learning. How to balance between these changes and the reality. Actually, the open distance learning with the quality and employability is not just about delivering content online, it's about building holistic, flexible, and future-ready learning ecosystem. By focusing on quality assurance skills, relevance, and technology innovation, the open distance learning can become a powerful engine for workforce development and social mobility. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all this round of introductory talks. I think between the four of you, you have raised very important issues such as quality assurance, the role of AI, the labor market, etc. So it is very much about aligning higher education with societal needs. This is a dialogue session, so contributions from the floor are very welcome. And I already have a first hand raised. I don't know if we can have a microphone. Otherwise, I give you the microphone. You're very loud. Yeah, but I don't think that at the back can hear you. Can we have a microphone for the audience, or?
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. Actually, I'm very impressed. My name is, I'm Dr. Safi Kaskas, a servant of my Muslim Ummah and active in the United States. I started 2 universities, and one of them since 1980, and the other is going to start soon, inshallah. I want to remind everybody that we heard a detailed plan from Professor Ihsan Iqbal. I'm going to make it my mission during this attendance here that ICESCO will adopt this plan. We can't just keep talking about ideas. We need to see action on the ground. And since my background is in strategy and in business, I want to see something actually happening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. If you have any other questions or comments, yes, there is another one there. Can someone give the microphone to that gentleman over there?
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Professor Dr. Rahil Tamar. I'm the head of Science and Environment Sector here at ICESCO. I wanted to ask you, Excellency, we are coming up to an era where we will see more and more automation, and a circular sort of thing where humanity's role will not exist any longer. Human's role will not exist. Like, for example, if we need to mine iron ore, the robots are going to do it, and then the robots are going to send it to the factories, and they are going to make the automobiles, and so on and so forth. So under such a circumstances, and also, this concept of universal global income coming into play, what do you all see as the role of humans in this new development and in this new era where everything will be automated, if not in the next 5 years, maybe in the next 15 to 20 years. What should be the role of humans in such a society and such an environment? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will take a third question and then you can prepare your answers.
Thank you. My question is, how would you respond to some of the CEO of those tech companies who are saying that there is no need for certification? It's only the skills that you have. Does this mean that we have to shut down our universities?
Very provocative questions. Okay, maybe between the four of you, you can address the three questions about ICESCO adopting an agenda, the role of humans, and the provocation on the role of university.
Yeah, to the first, I would certainly agree. And I always say that, we have a 3-point solution to every problem: implementation, implementation, and implementation. So we should actually be very much action-oriented. The second observation was pertinent, that with this new technology revolution, where the boundary between man and machine is blurring, and artificial intelligence and biotechnology are becoming very invasive, what would be the role of human beings? I think human beings will continue to be relevant, because no matter how smart machine learning may give robotics or supercomputers learning, humans' unique quality of intuition cannot be copied to me, because that's something very divine. And no science can actually tell that how this intuition comes into human beings. Although there are some drivers which you can say, but I think there are some unique capabilities, so humans will always remain relevant. But what is more important, with this invasiveness of technology, I think now ethics and values have become more relevant than ever. How do we have what I call TV balance, technology and values balance, in our education and in our society? That will be very important, because the negative side of this technology can be really very, very, very mind-blowing. And we are seeing some, signs of that. So it will be very important that what choices we make, how strong is our ethics and value system for researchers, for scientists, for society. So this TV balance, I think, should be very pertinent. What Honorable Excellency DG said, I think it is true. That employers are saying that they need more skills, but this would not mean that universities will become irrelevant, because the education what universities are imparting is beyond skills. It is to shape cognitive abilities in our students or our youth. So this will be very much still relevant, but universities have to realign their curricula with the new needs, and it has to be more hands-on knowledge rather than purely theoretical knowledge. The other thing I would say, that universities have to really now ensure, we live in an age of information overload. And with social media, we're finding that 80% of the fake news are out on the social media. I think we need to prepare our young generation to have the cognitive abilities to be able to deal with this information overload and have the filters. The lesson which Quran said 1400 years ago has become more relevant today in the age of social media, that when it says that when anyone brings you any news, do not act on it without verification, you may have to repent later on. So I think, we have to really prepare our new generation with this information overload also. And finally, as a public policy, practitioner, one thing I would really like to urge, the true value of higher education will be to what extent it can empower youth, from lower strata of the society to make it or use it as an instrument of vertical social mobility. Can higher education be a ladder for vertical social mobility? Because it is the youth and people from lower strata who have an urge to rise. And when they rise through education, they take the whole society along with them. The youth from elite class or upper classes are very much embedded in status quo. They have no urge to go up. So this true value of education will come only if it is more inclusive, and it can provide opportunities for the young people from lower strata, less fortunate backgrounds, to use it as a vertical mobility ladder.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, let's continue with Muni.
Thank you very much for the questions. For the first suggestion and proposal, I think that is it definitely is a very inspirational and interesting 7-point scheme that you have brought up. I think this is something that we can definitely look into, even from a policy perspective. From our government side, we will definitely request in more detail what Excellency has really brought up, and we will discuss within our team. And I think on the second questions, there are certain associations, some associations with the DG's questions, with the gentleman questions as well. So I'll try to combine the questions and answer. Just share my thoughts on that. First of all, I think there's certain element of anxiety and stress over what's going to happen to the, especially on the entry-level jobs in the coming years. Definitely, AI is going to lower the cost of expertise, and the question is what kind of expertise. Right now, I think with the technology we see expertise on the jobs that has a lot of repetitive tasks, you see, it's going to be easily conducted by the AI technologies. So this will definitely be affected in the short term, we see that. And but then the question is, where does the human contribution, intervention, where does the human intervention comes in when AI is embedded in our workforce? I think, as Excellency has pointed out about the values, I think even in your speech, you have mentioned about the conscience, human conscience is more important than ever now when we are living all the processes and all the knowledge learning into robotic systems here. But the fear right now is that I think the question of universities has also the need of the universities, as the knowledge hubs, as the knowledge repositories, because you see that the AI, this artificial general intelligence now is defined mostly as synonymous to the language learning models that we have adopted. And if you look at it, language learning models are sort of synonymous to what universities are providing to their students, because these are so large that because they refer to billions of websites, millions of published papers and all that. So the approach that they seek knowledge is through an automated process. So what the students are getting from the university is sort of automated through when you use an LLM or AI model. So maybe we see the human intervention, we could say that we still need the human intervention right now, but there is a high degree of automation that university students will be using, consuming as we go on in this AI consumption model. We see that. And I would actually pick our thinking from an Islamic perspective, because one question that I had in my mind even coming into this forum was that this is a VC forum for universities from Islamic world. So what distinction, what difference it makes when you have VCs coming into from Islamic countries coming in together in like this and talk about. Because ultimately, if you're talking about just the technology, it's not only from the Islamic universities, Islamic countries that you are getting technology, you have all the countries. So if we just keep talking about consumption of technology, utilization of technology, and about the technology in the era of AI and all that, what is the importance, what is the focus that VCs from the Islamic universities should be talking about? And I think that again, we could look into from this as an Islamic values angle. I think up until now we have had a lot of discussion, a lot of speeches have alluded to the value system that during the 8th, 9th century Islamic scholars have brought. Those, we are nostalgic in that sense that we want those values to be instilled in our Islamic courses right now, because those values are much more important, more than ever, that through our courses, through our curricula, that needs to be brought into. So why Islamic scholars, or I would say Islamic faculty, is more important now is because for the value system to be designed, we need it to be inspired, derived from the books of Islamic history. So I think one focus, if there is one single takeaway from this forum that the VCs can take home, is to have that Islamic values in our system, in our faculties, that even in the era of that we can use to navigate. And I think that value is it's what's going to be difficult for the AI to provide.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor.
We are all professor. Thank you. So quickly, Professor Khaskas, you are right, we have to do it. And of course, ICESCO will provide the leadership role, but each institution is also responsible to take as a strategic direction and then move. The second question was about, what was that? Getting old.
About the role of human.
Though technology is coming very fast, but the role of human is not going to finish. The role is changing basically. We have to give direction, data to this through technology, and that is how they will respond. It is going to be fast reaction from there. The important thing is the people who will change as environment change, they will change themselves according to a new intervention, new technology, they are going to survive. The rest will be history. Like dinosaur used to be the largest kind of animal on the ground, but they were not able to adjust with the changing environment. You can find them in fossil now. So but Zarafa is still here because he was pushing his neck to catch the food from the top of the trees, so they survive. So the point is that the people, the human generations which are going to adjust with this changing technology, they will stay. And they will be more important. Then, of course, machines are also important, but they are going to be more important. The third question, Excellency raised, this is very pertinent. Nowadays, the buzzword is the kind of skills. And yes, this is right that people are now interested in skill set rather than piece of paper. But again, as Essence Iqbal Sahab said, that this will stay. The universities are going to remain there because the machines are going to give you quick answer. But who is going to go in depth and breadth and go for expansion of knowledge and learning more and more? For that reason, universities are going to stay and they will continue impart their responsibility. Another important thing is the bricks and mortar are not going to be important. I think that there is a very small window of maybe a couple of years, then the big buildings are useless. Government need to decide what is the utilization of those big multi-acre building where they are offering the education. Now your mobile is going to be your university. This machine is going to be your instructor. This machine is going to be your lab. And this is going to be your, also the degree basically, you will be printing from there directly. So roles are changing. but they will stay. There is another important thing, Excellencies. If you, I don't know, mashallah, many people are here, they must have visited Tangier, and other good places of Morocco. In Tangier, very famous Kasbah is very famous. And you look at those buildings, they are very old, small buildings, which were, you can see in the movies, Western movies. But today, they are most expensive because those people who have the big money, they were fed up of those new technology houses, and they want to come and buy places and live there. And this is the human psychology, because the more we will go toward machine, the more requirement will be there that we need to have the humanistic touch so that we should remain human rather than become the machine. So this is a kind of changing window, but we don't know that what is going to be the next window. So we need to be ready for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Sally Algon, please.
Okay. I will answer for the third question from the Excellency. Should we shut down the university? Sorry, I'm not agreeing with this, but really now most of the companies, they demand soft skills for the jobs. But these soft skills, I think, and these jobs, it will be disappear in near future because it will be substituted by the machines. And the machines who will, whether the machines, the university still, graduate the scientists and researchers who they are working in the shadow, jobs. And these scientists and researchers, will work in the university and in other, areas. So we need to develop our universities and develop our curricula in our university to face the challenge of the demand market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You want to add something?
You see, Excellency, just one more point to your question, what employers are demanding. I think even more important than the skills, what the new employer is demanding, that they want in their new recruits a cognitive ability to learn, unlearn, learn and unlearn. Because we are in an age of so much disruption and innovation that the knowledge they get today in 5 years, it becomes obsolete. So if they continue to hang on to that old knowledge, they are of no use. So they want those employees who have the ability to throw out old knowledge and learn new knowledge, and this dynamic, what I call so universities should not be in the business of very prescriptive learning, rather than they should train minds to be in the business of generative learning, where the minds can know what is not needed and what is needed, they load themselves with the new knowledge. So this is, to me, going to be the most important thing, that how we train minds not just with one prescriptive knowledge. And I give you one example. We were facing this complaint from employers that the graduates coming from IT departments are not market ready. So we have to train them for 6 months to make them market ready. So you must upgrade your curriculum. So, Dr. Mukhtar, I don't know, he would remember that we had a workshop and we called all the computer science department chairmen, and we also called the industry. And interestingly, as an outcome of that, what we found out was there was not much problem with the curriculum. The problem was in teaching. The teachers were still teaching from their old notes, and they were not following the new curriculum. So what came out was probably the teachers also continuously need refresher courses to make them updated with what is the demand of the industry and what are the new skills that industry is wanting. So this whole dynamic process of learning and unlearning applies to both students as well as to the faculty.
Very good point made, indeed. Very good point. I don't see any hands. Yeah, one hand, 2 hands. Okay, and I have one question as well. So, 3 hands, 3 more hands.
Thank you very much, moderator. My name is Barnabas Nawangwe, Vice Chancellor Makerere University in Uganda. And I want to begin by commending the delegation from Pakistan and Your Excellency, the Minister, for that very good gesture. All the speakers have been talking about international collaboration, and I want to thank you for offering those scholarships, because that is a very good beginning. I have just one question. Why are you giving more undergraduate scholarships than the graduate scholarships? Because I think everybody says research is really the future, and that's what you have all been saying. And research can only be promoted through graduate training. So my question is, why are you prioritizing undergraduate scholarships instead of the graduate scholarships? Almost a third of the countries that are members of the organizations come from Africa, and we all know that Africa is still very much disadvantaged. And those questions of artificial intelligence and so on are crucial for us. And I believe that while in Pakistan you say you are leapfrogging, for us we need to run, okay? And if we are going to run, we need to have you people holding the hands of the African universities. Are you going to do that, okay, through the graduate training and research in artificial intelligence?
Thank you. There is the lady on the left. The lady on the left, fourth row. Yes, thank you.
Push the button, just in front of you. Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum. Of Women University, Mardan, and my question is about climate change. And what I see that we talk about so many very important things, but this climate change is something that perhaps in our countries lip service is paid to it, and I think that is basically the biggest challenge of the 21st century. So, you know, this rising temperatures and wildfires and shortage of water and such kind of issues that are faced by the entire world, but especially the Muslim world and in South Asia as well. So how we are going to make it a priority through education and through policy, and also make women involved into it in order to make it more concrete and in order to make it more result-oriented, and through the educational institution as well. So I think this issue needs real importance and attention and focus, and I expect the answer from all the panelists, but especially from Hassan Iqbal Sahab and the Deputy Minister from Maldives, because yours is an island country. So if there is a policy and there is a focus, we would like to be enlightened. Thank you.
Thank you. There was one last question. Yes.
Thank you very much, the moderator, all the protocol observed, especially His Excellency, the Director General of ICESCO. I have 3 points. The first one is really to appreciate ICESCO. I am Professor Muhammad Mpeza from Equator University of Science and Technology in Uganda, and I also happen to be the ICESCO representative to the Council from Uganda. My first point is to appreciate ICESCO in collaboration with the Higher Education Commission. I think the collaboration demonstrated that even if there are issues that are upcoming, we can always work together and actually deliver a commitment. Like this conference really was about not to take place, but then there was an option. The second is with regards to the contribution I think Pakistan has done. The university I head is actually a baby university established by the University of Lahore in Pakistan, you can imagine. So they came and invested in Uganda and established a university. So I think there are practical realities that can actually happen and commitments if there are sister institutions. My last point is both economical, academic, and political. There is this talk about half-baked graduates. There are lots of allegations and claims. Some of them might be true, that universities are churning out, less skilled graduates. But actually look at it from the other perspective. The national economies are not expanding at the same rate as the number of graduates being produced. So even if we skill them and create as many opportunities for them to get better, how are the countries and the nations, and I'm glad we have a honorable minister here, federal minister, how is the absorption capacity of the students who are coming out of universities being planned for, other than actually migratory employment? And even now the regions where most of them migrate are now volatile. I flew from Dhaka one time in Bangladesh, going through Emirates, and 80% of the passengers were migrant workers moving from Bangladesh into the Middle East. So this is my question, which is difficult to answer, but I think there are also realities. Are we training for our own countries, or we should look beyond our borders? I thank you very much.
Thank you. That is okay. One last question, because we need to do a roundtable of concluding remarks, please.
Shukriya. My name is Mohammed Shiraz Buddhu, and I'm from the Anton de Kom University of Suriname. And those who do not know where Suriname is located, I think that everyone knows Brazil. So Suriname is a country located on the north side of Brazil, and nowadays very popular of the oil and gas coming up in Guyana and in Suriname, the offshore oil and gas. My question is not about oil and gas, but I want to know if and how ICESCO will keep an eye on the Sustainable Development Goals and how it will deal also with the Sustainable Development Goals that are adopted by the United Nations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will close the session on questions, and I will give the word to our panelists. These are very complex questions, very elaborated questions. Privatization of scholarships, climate change, ICESCO role in the SDGs, economic, political, different paces for universities and businesses. Can we kind of shortly provide responses to these questions? Professor Iqbal?
Well, I'll, just touch some of them and leave the rest to the other panelists. There was this issue of leapfrogging, should we run fast or leapfrog? I think these are moments in human history when the paradigms change. Those are the times when you leapfrog. Because you don't have to run the whole race which has become obsolete. Many of the issues that we are discussing today here due to this new digital disruption and technological revolution, if you go to a conference in Europe or America, probably they are discussing the same issues, that how they will be impacted and how should they prepare themselves for this new era. So that way is an opportunity to leapfrog, that whenever you have a paradigm shift, that becomes an equalizer for everyone, because everyone has to prepare for the new times. And I always say that there are three ways you can respond to changes. Either you respond proactively, try to using foresight, understand what is the change, how will it impact, and how can you be the beneficiary of change. 2, reactive, wait for the change to hit you, and then just, make a compromise and just do the damage control. The 3rd is denial. You deny the change, and the change just throws you in the annals of history like it threw Nokia and BlackBerry. So I think the opportunity for us is to be more proactive, understand the changes that are coming, and how best can we develop new capabilities, and that can really put us on a leapfrog path. On the path of, there was another interesting issue, employability, that how do you ensure employability? I think one first, I would say, point that we are trying to focus on is how do you make your education more aligned with the market demand? You see, this problem often arises when our programs are not driven by the market demand, and we have oversupply of some disciplines which are not needed in the market, because those subjects are easy to run in the universities, and universities open those departments because, they don't need to invest in labs, they don't need high-fly faculty, and they can just, churn out graduates, giving them degrees, and once they are through 16 years of education, and then they find that there is no opportunity for them in the market. So this will require an internship program. So what we have done is we have launched a big internship program where we provide funding to the private sector to employ these graduates for 6 months to 1 year and train them in market skills. So after that training program, most of them are either employed by the same organization or they have the skills, they can go and look for another job. The other thing is we have to also bring a shift that instead of producing job seekers, how can they be job creators? So we have mandated that every graduate must take a course in entrepreneurship. So they must be given this training that if they want to start business, how can they start business regardless of which subject they are taking or which course they are studying. Entrepreneurship course has to be a must. So this is what HEC has been tasked to do. So that will, I think, ease this mismatch between graduates and their employability.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just highlight a little bit on the leapfrogging issue. When we are going through this difficult or rather complex time of on a paradigm shift, I think leapfrogging is something. If you look at from an AI perspective, if we look at it positively, we can adapt it easily. Leapfrogging can be the solution, can be the way for us, especially the countries or the universities that, economies that are behind, to optimize the use of AI. And so I think this can be an opportunity for us to adapt. And on the question of, we have brought up Maldives as one of the case in point about the climate change issue. Of course, if we had this forum 5 years ago, you might not be bringing up AI as a major discussion point. You might probably be talking about climate change and all that. So what I'm trying to say is that now any forum that you have in any topic, the AI would be the center of it. So for that reason, we are all talking about AI because of that. There is certain degree of what we call interdisciplinary connections with AI and also the climate change. So in terms of adaptation to the new policies, this is something that we are also looking into it. But it's from a policy perspective, we might see that AI is overshadowing all other important areas of discussion. But definitely for Maldives, there's an important one. And before the session began this session, I even had some discussion with Lydia also. One of the key areas is about climate financing, because a lot of climate financing that we receive from donor finance and also banks, these are linked to climate specifications, climate needs as well. So these are the things that we have a priority in our government, and we will definitely be focusing on it. And I think when challenging those issues, we shouldn't be now afraid of, we should be looking at it, and again, from a technology perspective, the models that we have in terms of, moving into solar and generative energy and all that, I think those are things that we need to adapt, and if you look at it from the perspective, then we always get more attention and higher priorities from the key stakeholders on those topics.
Thank you.
I'll pass the message.
I think enough is said, and organizers are indicating that its time is up. So I will pass and I will give my time to Honorable Minister.
Okay, thank you. About the jobs and graduated student from the university, especially for, as mentioned, about some jobs is not located in the country. I think most the university and most the students now prepare themselves for international jobs, is not for the local jobs. So most of the country cannot, cover all the job demands, especially the oil country. So most of the jobs, they are covered by overseas workers. I think the university should, prepare all the students for the international jobs.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much all. Let me conclude this panel by thanking their excellencies for their excellent points. Please join me in thanking for their contribution. Over to you, Sharif.
Moderator also.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Lydia, thank you very much. Actually, Ms. Lydia has a flight in next 2 hours, yes, so she needs to just go to the airport. Thank you very much for this, the wonderful panel. I would like to ask Excellency to come and have one photo with the panels and then the ministers. यार ये पोजीशन हमारे तो बना दे रहा है ना I would like to request His Excellency to present a shield of ICESCO to Honorable Minister of the Federal Minister of Pakistan and Lydia Borel. We have one more. So she needs to leave to have. Yeah. Excellency to the Deputy Minister Saleh and the State Minister Maldives. Yes. Thank you very much, Excellencies. This Vice Chancellor Forum has some announcement, and then for this announcement, I would like to give the floor briefly to Professor Dr. Mukhtar Ahmed, the Chairman of Higher Education Commission. Professor Mukhtar.
Thank you, Dr. Sharif. Just for all Vice Chancellors, this is an opportunity that you can discuss. We have a side room at the second floor of ICESCO inside building. They have arranged a room for you, that meeting room, where you can have the one-to-one meeting with different Vice Chancellors from one country to another country. We have also arranged secretariat support for you if you want to sign a letter of intent to work together. And because this is the main objective that we need to work together and collaboratively. The ICESCO team will be there to assist you to print out with your name those documents where you can sign, you can have the photograph, and these opportunities are available. We have also decided from, inshallah, we will be kind of launching some awards for the distinction work done in the universities. One question was raised by our Deputy Minister from Maldives, that why Islamic universities only? Because we started this thing from ICESCO. Our objective is, this is the Islamic country organization for science, technology, and culture and communication. That is why this was the mandate of this organization from where we launched this meeting. So that is why. And the second thing was, we have another unit. Excellency mentioned the name, the FUMI, Federation of University in Islamic World. So that was another reason that we started with this thing. But there is no binding. We cannot go beyond that. We have to invite other non-Muslims also, and we can work together. That is. Third thing is, I'll very happily announce that recognizing the services of Excellency, our Minister in Pakistan, Planning Commission, Professor Ahsan Iqbal, not because he is here today representing Pakistan, but it is, you can check from record, that during he is, I think, fourth time, Your Excellency, the Minister of Planning in Pakistan, third or fourth time. And every time when he's the minister, all university vice chancellors sitting here, they can show you, they are all happy that Ahsan Sahib is back. Because when Ahsan Iqbal is in the minister, so the Planning Commission always say that whenever there are any project, any initiative by Higher Education Commission from universities, we are always convinced that now they will be approving. Because Ahsan Sahib always give priority to education, science, technology, and credit goes to him whatever we have done in last 25 years or so in higher education sector. To recognize his services from the forum, whatever he has done for Pakistan, this is also going to be incentive for rest of the countries, that from next year, inshallah, we will be advertising, sending a letter to all of you to nominate exceptionally those personalities who have done something good in the field of higher education, in the field of science and technology and innovation. And inshallah, this forum is going to recognize with some awards, some medals, inshallah, in future. Similarly, best researcher, best teacher, best administrator, best vice chancellor. So we are going to initiate few more such type of initiative to keep you motivating and keep you working together, inshallah. So these were the few announced. I will request Dr. Khaska, he is going to read the citation for Mr. Ahsan Iqbal for his Lifetime Achievement Award, which will be given to him from this forum, inshallah, which will be jointly presented by Dr. Khaska and our Deputy Minister. Where is Deputy Minister from Maldives? He was here. Yeah. After reading his citation, I will request you, on behalf of this forum of Vice Chancellor of the Islamic country, will be recognizing his services for the Pakistan in the field of science, technology, and higher education. Over to you, Dr. Khaska.
Thank you. Citation in honor of Professor Ahsan Iqbal, Federal Minister for Planning, Division and Special Initiatives, Pakistan, 6th Vice Chancellors Forum of Universities in the Islamic world. In an era of rapid technological change and the global shift toward knowledge economies, Professor Ahsan Iqbal has emerged as a leading architect of Pakistan's human capital transformation. As a Federal Minister for Planning, Development, and Special Initiatives, he embedded education, science, and innovation into national strategy through Vision 2010, Vision 2025, and now Uran Pakistan, a transformative initiative designed to spotlight and advance crucial projects and reforms set forth in the 5 E's. Professor Iqbal's leadership exemplify a rare synthesis, the foresight of a visionary, the discipline of a planner, the courage of a reformer, and the conviction of an educator who believes in the transformative power of knowledge. In recognition of his outstanding contributions to higher education, science and technology, and innovation-driven public policy, the 6th Vice Chancellor Forum proudly present this recognition of lifetime achievement to Professor Ahsan Iqbal, a true architect of Pakistan's resilient, knowledge-powered future, inshallah. Thank you very much. May I ask you, Brother Ihsan, to step in here? Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Excellency Professor Ahsan Iqbal. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to present this very brief session on the scholarly publication Al-Farabi and his contributions throughout human history. This publication is a fruit of first session of International Conference on Scholars of the Islamic World, which ICESCO organized and hosted at its headquarters in October 2023 in partnership with Al-Farabi University in Almaty and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Kazakhstan, represented by its embassy in Rabat. This book consists of 2 parts in Arabic and another is in English, and 25 researchers from various countries of the Islamic world contributed to it. Reflecting the importance of Al-Farabi's personality in human thought and history, this is the first edition which we have prepared before its international publication by the International Publishing House. Given the book's importance, the remaining copies will be available shortly. I am pleased to give the floor to Excellency Director General of ICESCO to praise the audience and give the opening remarks for the launching of Al-Farabi's contribution, the book. Your Excellency Director General.
Your Excellencies, I will be speaking in Arabic. You all have the headphones beside you, either on the right side or the left side. So, بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله الذي شرف أهل العلم ورفع درجاتهم وجعلهم ورثة الأنبياء، والصلاة والسلام على سيد الخلق والمرسلين نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه الطيبين الطاهرين. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدنا في منظمة العالم الإسلامي للتربية والعلوم والثقافة ICESCO أن نقدم إليكم اليوم هذا الإصدار العلمي الفريد، الفارابي وإسهاماته عبر التاريخ الإنساني، وهو ثمرة يانعة من ثمار الدورة الأولى للمؤتمر الدولي حول علماء العالم الإسلامي الذي احتضناه في مقرنا خلال أكتوبر من عام 2023 بشراكة بناءة مع جامعة الفارابي في الماتي ووزارة الخارجية في جمهورية كازاخستان، ممثلة بسفارتها الموقرة في الرباط. هذا الكتاب تكريم لعلم من أعلام الفكر الإسلامي، وهو محاولة جادة لإعادة وصل من قطع بين ماضينا الزاخر بالحكمة وحاضرنا المتعطش للرؤية والبصيرة. هو دعوة لإحياء الفكر الموسوعي وإعادة الاعتبار للفلسفة الإسلامية التي أسهمت في بناء الحضارة الإنسانية وأضاءت دروب المعارف في الشرق والغرب. وقد وقع اختيارنا على أبي نصر الفارابي ليكون محور هذا الإصدار لما له من مكانة استثنائية في تاريخ الفكر العالمي، إذ جمع بين الفلسفة والمنطق والموسيقى والسياسة، وخلف إرثا علميا خالدا ما تزال مؤلفاته تطرق أبواب الأكاديميات ومراكز البحث حتى يومنا هذا. هو بحق المعلم الثاني الذي شقت مؤلفاته دربا عبرت عبره الفلسفات القديمة إلى أوروبا الحديثة. ونظرا لتعدد أبعاد فكره فقد جهز هذا الكتاب في 4 محاور رئيسة. المحور الأول الفارابي وتأثيره في الفلسفة الإنسانية، يبرز فيه كيف أسهم في بلورة رؤية فلسفية شاملة ما زالت تلهم العقول. المحور الثاني نظريات في فلسفة العلوم والسياسة، ويكشف عن عمق إسهاماته في تصور الدولة الفاضلة ونقده للنماذج السياسية السائدة في عصره. المحور الثالث فلسفة الموسيقى وجمالياتها، حيث تجلى قدرته الفريدة في مزج الفن بالعلم والسمو بالذائقة الإنسانية. المحور الرابع التجديد في الدراسات الفارابية المعاصرة، ويعرض قراءات حديثة لفكر الفارابي بما يعكس استمرارية تأثيره في العقل المعاصر. نؤمن في الإيسيسكو أن هذا العمل ما هو إلا باكورة مشروع طموح نسعى من خلاله إلى إعادة إحياء إرث أعلام الفكر الإسلامي عبر سلسلة من المؤتمرات والإصدارات المرجعية تعيد لهذه القامات مكانتها اللائقة في الوعي العالمي وتحيي جسورا من التلاقح الفكري بين الأمس واليوم. وهنا أود أن أعبر عن خالص شكري وامتناني للباحثين والخبراء الذين أغنوا هذا العمل بعلمهم، ولشركائنا الكرام في كازاخستان على تعاونهم الوثيق، ولكل من أسهم في إخراج هذا الجهد المشترك إلى النور، سائلين الله أن يكون هذا الكتاب لبنة مباركة في صرح فكر إنساني متجدد يعكس تواصل الحضارة الإسلامية مع قضايا العصر، ويجعل من تراثنا مصدر إشعاع في قلب التحولات المعرفية والثقافية الكبرى. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Now we have the brief, the comments from the Her Excellency Ms. Solekul, the Ambassador of Republic of Kazakhstan, to speak the couple of sentences on the Al-Farabi book.
Assalamu alaikum. I prepare my speech in French as one of the working languages of ICESCO. Okay. Honorable Monsieur Directeur Général de l'Organisation mondiale islamique de l'éducation, la science et la culture, Dr Salim Al-Malik, chers Mesdames et Messieurs, les ministres, recteurs, professeurs et participants à la 6e édition du Forum des vice-chanceliers de l'Université du monde islamique. Tout d'abord, j'aimerais de féliciter l'ICESCO pour l'organisation remarquable et enrichissante cette soirée aujourd'hui. L'ICESCO est une organisation internationale influente réunissant 54 pays du monde islamique, représentant 25% de la population mondiale. Son rôle et sa notoriété ne cessent que croître de l'année à l'année. À travers des activités ciblées, elle contribue au développement du potentiel scientifique et culturel des États membres. L'année 2025 marque le 1155e anniversaire de Al-Farabi, célébré à l'échelle mondiale. C'est donc avec une grande joie que nous annonçons aujourd'hui que 2 ouvrages précieux viendront enrichir le patrimoine intellectuel du monde islamique. Il y a 2 ans, en octobre 2023, l'ambassade du Kazakhstan au Maroc, en coopération avec l'ICESCO, avait organisé à Rabat, au siège de l'ICESCO, la première conférence internationale intitulée Al-Farabi et ses contributions à travers l'histoire humaine. Je remercie chaleureusement l'équipe de l'ICESCO pour l'excellente organisation de cette conférence internationale. L'organisation continue de renforcer sa réputation internationale à travers des initiatives alliées à des thématiques contemporaines et mondiales telles que la science, l'éducation, la technologie avancée et l'intelligence artificielle. Près de 700 chercheurs, plus de 50 pays avaient pris part à cet événement l'envertige. Une commission spéciale de l'ICESCO a justement sélectionné plus de 30 travaux scientifiques. Le premier prix fut attribué à Madame Zara Dukembaeva, professeure de l'Université nationale eurasienne, ainsi que chercheur tunisien Salim Al-Liadi. L'objectif de cette conférence était de soutenir les recherches sur le patrimoine intellectuel de grands penseurs Al-Farabi et à travers cela de mieux comprendre les fondements spirituels, historiques et philosophiques du progrès de nos sociétés contemporaines. Lors de cette conférence, M. Jansi Kinubaev, président du conseil d'administration et recteur de l'Université nationale Al-Farabi, a pris la parole en ligne et a signé un mémorandum d'entente avec l'ICESCO. À l'issue de cet événement, il a été décidé de publier un ouvrage regroupant les meilleures œuvres scientifiques d'Al-Farabi. Aujourd'hui, nous avons l'honneur de procéder ensemble au lancement des ouvrages en arabe et anglais consacrés à notre grand penseur né sur la terre kazakh. Abu Nasr Al-Farabi est une figure majeure du patrimoine spirituel de l'humanité. Il est symbole de science, de la civilisation, de paix et de sagesse. Son héritage est une richesse, non seulement pour le peuple kazakh, mais pour tout le monde entier et surtout pour le monde islamique. Al-Farabi a écrit plus de 160 œuvres dans les domaines tels que la philosophie, la logique, la musique, les mathématiques, les médecins, l'astronomie, la science politique et technique. Il a profondément étudié la philosophie grecque, notamment l'œuvre d'Aristote, qu'il a traduit en arabe et commenté. C'est pourquoi il est surnommé dans le monde islamique le second maître après Aristote. Pour continuer la valorisation de son œuvre, il a été proposé à l'issue de la première conférence d'organiser la deuxième édition de cet événement international au Kazakhstan. Et à la fin de mon petit discours, encore une fois, j'aimerais remercier toute l'équipe de l'ICESCO, son Excellence, Monsieur le Directeur Général, Monsieur Salim Al-Malik, et je félicite pour ce grande et très important travail. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Now we have Excellency Sansait Tumabayev. Excellency, your biography, I don't know how to read, and it takes really the time. I want to just introduce you. Please come. So I introduce you. It is a great honor to introduce His Excellency Dr. Sansait, a distinguished statesman, diplomat, academic leader. Dr. Tumabayev currently serves as the chairman of the board, rector of Al-Farabi Kazakh National University, one of the leading higher education institutions in the Central Asia, and a beacon of academic excellence in the Islamic world. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency brings with him decades of experience, having served as a Minister of Education and Science of the Republic of Kazakhstan, and as a Kazakhstan's ambassador to the Russian Federation and to Turkey also. His Excellency has played a pivotal role in shaping educational reforms, advancing scientific collaborations, and strengthening Kazakhstan's global academic partnership. Excellency's contribution to Al-Farabi is the contributions to the book. I would hand over the floor to His Excellency to shed a light on this. Excellency.
Assalamu alaikum. Құрметті ханымдар мен мырзалар, қадірлі әріптестер, ICESCO-ның төрағасы Салим Аль-Малик мырза, Әл-Фараби атындағы Қазақ ұлттық университеті атынан сіздерді Әл-Фараби атты кітаптың салтанатты тұсаукесерімен шын жүректен құттықтаймын. Осы маңызды еңбекті жарыққа шығаруға атсалысқан ұйымдастырушылар мен авторларға терең ризашылығымды білдіремін. ICESCO-ға және Қазақстан Республикасының Мароккодағы елшісі Сәулегүл Батыршақызына. Құрметті қатысушылар, Әл-Фараби, Әбу-Насыр Мұхаммед ибн Тархани ибн Музлақ Әл-Фараби Қазақстанда 9-шы ғасырда туылып, 10-шы ғасырда өмірден кешкен ұлы ойшыл ғұлама. Әбу-Насыр Фарабидің тұлғасы әлемдік ғылым мен философия тарихында ерекше орын алады. Бұл ұлы ойшылдың Аристотельден кейінгі екінші ұстаздың есімі біздің университетімізге лайықты мәртебе беріп отырған зор мақтанышпен айтамыз. Әл-Фараби ақыл парасат, этика мен үйлесімділіктің символы. Оның идеялары бүгінгі 21-ші ғасырда да өзекті. Өркениеттер диалогының, ғылым прогресс пен тұрақты дамудың философиялық негізі болып қала береді. Әл-Фарабидің мұрасын зерттеу мен насихаттау Қазақ ұлттық стратегиялық университетінің стратегиялық басымдықтарының бірі болып табылады. Соңғы 10 жылдықта университетте Әл-Фарабидің есімін әлемдік ғылыми және мәдени кеңістікке қайтаруға бағытталған ірі академиялық және мәдени жобалар жүзеге асырылды. Олардың қатарында халықаралық Әл-Фараби орталығының құрылуы, жыл сайынғы фарабитану оқулары, шығыстанушылар, философтар мен тарихшылардың қатысуымен өтетін ғылыми конференциялар бар. Сонымен қатар біз Әл-Фарабидің идеяларын тек ғылыми ортада ғана емес, білім беру кеңістігінде де кеңінен насихаттауға тырысамыз. Оның философиясы негізінде университет студенттері мен магистранттарына арналған оқу курстары әзірленіп оқытылуда. Бүгінгі кітап халықаралық ғылыми ынтымақтастықтың нәтижесі, әрі Әл-Фарабидің мұрасына деген қызығушылықтың күшейіп келе жатқандығының дәлелі. Бұл еңбекті жарыққа шығаруға үлес қосқан баршаңызға шын жүректен алғыс білдіреміз. Кітап жаңа ғылыми зерттеулерге, жаңалықтарға және мәдениетаралық сұхбатқа тың серпін береді деп сенеміз. Осы мазмұнды оқиғамен баршаңызды құттықтай отырып, ғылым ағарту гуманизм жолындағы еңбектеріңізге табыс тілеймін. Шукран жазиран.
I would like to invite the Excellency Director General and also the Ambassador of Kazakhstan to exchange and launch the book, the Al-Farabi book, Excellency. Thank you very much. Excellencies, thank you very much to our respectable and esteemed guests. We apologize for the inconvenience if the 20 minutes we are behind the schedule. Very delicious lunch is waiting for you with a prayer. We have some requests, and then really we cannot fulfill all the requests. Some our honorable the guests, they have some gifts for the Excellency Director General or ICESCO. I would say that we should have a photograph now for the group photo, and then you can present to Excellency Director General this small token of appreciation. I would like to ask everyone to come here to the stage so we can have one group photo, and then we proceed to the prayer and the lunch. And as we are behind the schedule, 20 minutes, the next session, which is parallel sessions, we have the Professor Excellency Mansour Al-Awar, is distinguished speaker, is an outstanding speaker, Dr. Saleh Al-Ghul, Professor Jamal Al-Tarifi from Qasimiyya University. So we will finish the parallel sessions at 4, and then at 4, the buses and the cars will be ready outside the ICESCO headquarters to take you to the hotels. Please, ladies and gentlemen. I'm meeting now. I'm in a picture.
Thank you.
Please, we have on the reception, on the ground floor is a mosque. The prayer rooms are there. So our colleagues, the team will lead you to the prayer room. And then second floor is a lunch. So we will meet here after 1 hour, please. The lunch is at floor 2. My colleagues from ICESCO, they will lead you to the second floor, please. There are 4 elevators on the ground floor, which can take you to the floor 2nd.
Dear esteemed participants, presidents, vice chancellors, rectors, leaders of universities, we are going to start the breakout session track C very soon. For your kind information, in this auditorium, we are going to discuss the role of higher education leadership in building a modern and productive university. We have another parallel 2 other sessions. The first one is for the track A, which is located in the 4th floor of DG Meeting Hall, which the topic is harnessing AI for personalized and inclusive learning. And we have also the track B in the Solidarity Hall, which is next to this auditorium, which will include the topic of role of higher education in building an ethical society, and also balancing open and distance learning with quality and employability. You are feel free to pick any sessions that you want, but for here in the auditorium, we are going to discuss about role of higher education leadership in building a modern and productive university. The panel convener, who is now sending His Excellency Minister to leave the venue, so I very appreciate your patience. Thank you.
Rahim. Sorry for late start the session. And we are here in track C, role of higher education leadership in building a modern and productive university. Ladies and gentlemen, as we discussed in morning, the leadership play a very important role. Leadership is not a position, but a process basically. It depends on the leader, the follower, and the situation. Not necessarily that every leader will be successful everywhere. So that need to be understood. A vice chancellor doing very good in Rabat might not be so good in Peshawar, and vice versa. Huh? Okay. So we have a very, mashallah, dynamic group who will be talking on this issue. Let me invite Dr. Jamal Salim Al-Tarifi, President of Al-Qasmiya University, Sharjah, UAE. Professor, welcome. So I will invite the rest of the people and then we'll leave it. Okay? Thank you. Then we have Professor Amin bin Saeed. Do we have Professor Amin bin Saeed? Fadl. President Al-Akhwan University, Ifran, Morocco. He is coming from a very cold, nice place. Like Murray, we have in Pakistan, Islamabad. Professor Dr. Ahmad Shuja Sayyid, our president from International Islamic University, Islamabad. Do we have Vice Chancellor Omaru Pate, Vice Chancellor Federal University, Nigeria? Do we have professor here? Yeah, please, further. Do we have Professor Ahmad bin Juma Arayami from Oman? Ahlan. Fadl, موجود هنا. لا. You need that? Yeah, okay. Do we have Dr. Haji Arman bin Haji Asmad, Acting Deputy Director, Sultan Sharif Ali Islamic University, Brunei Darul Islam. Fadl. And I think we have the Vice Chancellor, Rector of the Foundation University of Pakistan. Jana Sahab, please. इधर आ जाओ और सैन चले इधर आ जाए फिर मैं आपके साथ आ जाऊंगा कैसे होगा Okay, thank you. This was my job. I have done all that. Okay. So basically it is 1.5 hours, but you think whatever because we are already paid. No, 1 hour. Okay. Will it depend how much discussion can go. Okay. Sir, आगे आ जाए दूर बैठने तक आगे आ जाए.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to today's panel about the role of higher education leadership in building a modern and productive university. We are here to explore how our university leaders can play a crucial and important role in transforming higher education institutions into productive and modern organizations. Okay, now is okay? Yeah. So before introducing my distinguished panelists here, I want to just to give some insight about these two things. The modern university, what does it mean, modern university? And the productive university. So in short, modern university وانا استخدم اللغه العربيه ما في مشكله. بتسالني باللغه العربيه. حاضر. So I'm speaking in English, but I will translate for doctor in Arabic, inshallah. In short, modern university that embrace technology uses AI, digital platforms for teaching, research, and administration. There is no translation? Okay. No problem. Okay, so we talked about modern universities. It embraces technology, uses AI in platforms, digital platforms for teaching, research, and administration, engaging with international networks while responding to local communities, responsive for change, adapt quickly to new knowledge and student needs and global events, and climate change, pandemics, etc. While productive university prepares students for future challenge by equipping them, equipping the graduates with skills of complex, tech-driven, diverse, and workshop. Produce knowledge that drives innovation and benefits society, calibrate beyond academia, partnering with the industry and governments, maximize resource, and goes beyond ranking to assess contribution to the public good and communities. Okay. So let me introduce our distinguished guest here. We have Professor Amin bin Saeed, President of Al-Akhawain University from Ifran, Morocco. So welcome to Professor Amin. And Professor Ahmed Shuja' Sayyid, President, Acting President in International Islamic University in Islamabad, Pakistan. Professor Amaru A. Pate, Vice Chancellor, Federal University of Kashir in Nigeria. Professor Ahmed bin Jum'a Riyami, Vice President, University of Technology and Applied Science in Oman. And Dr. Hajj Arman bin Hajj Asmad, Acting Deputy Rector, Sultan Sharif Ali Islamic University from Brunei. So we welcome our distinguished guest, and we start with the questions that come in our mind. These questions, you can also you give your insights and opinion. So we'll start with this question. What is the role of the higher education leadership in transforming and building modern and productive university, and why leadership is essential in that transformation? So I can give the microphone to anyone can start. Okay, so we'll start with you, Doctor.
Thank you, Dr. Jamal. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to Morocco. It's a little bit tricky to come to a panel right after lunch, especially with such a good lunch. And I have to say that it's a real pleasure and honor. I've been hearing about what Qasimiya University has been doing and Sharjah's leadership in all the cultural dimension. So if I may, I'd like to maybe revisit the concept of modern and productive. I really believe that leadership is about innovating and making a difference. And one university at a time, and maybe one student at a time. And as a result, that leadership really depends on the institution itself. And so for that reason, let me tell you quickly what modern and productive, how it applies to Al-Akhawain University in Morocco. So Al-Akhawain University is, in English, it means the two brothers, because it was founded by King Hassan II and King Fahd of Saudi Arabia. It's a Moroccan university on the American model, and it's accredited by the New England Commission for Higher Education in the US, and its engineering programs are accredited by ABET, and business programs are accredited by EFMD. So it has been very much quality assurance oriented with international standards. But it asks itself, after US accreditation, what do I do? And that's where our modern comes in. So what Al-Akhawain University in Ifran, AUI for short, has decided is to say, how can I be more relevant to Morocco's priorities and challenges? So modernity for us that way means how much contribution can we make? And for those of you who know a little bit about Morocco, one of the challenges in Morocco is unemployment of young people. Al-Akhawain University itself is 30 years old and has not had a challenge with that. But with the change in job market and with the statistics at the level of Morocco, we thought that AUI could live up to its mission of being a living lab of how a university could adapt and change in order to speak more directly and quote unquote productively to the issue of unemployment on the job market. And so we asked ourselves, because AUI was designed to be a liberal arts and sciences institution in the American tradition. And so we even asked ourselves, should we remain a liberal arts and sciences university if we want to be most efficient for serving Morocco on this challenge? And we ended up deciding that yes, because of the agility and resilience that the 21st century job market requires, but that we are going to have a priority with KPIs, with relationship to career success. And then our community said, but these students that you want to work with and innovate with the employers and with the students on the job for the job market. Yeah, I think we should be better. Can you hear me? So we were told by our faculty, but these students that you want to innovate with and with the job market, they have been changing for the past few years, and almost to the point where we feel that our experience is not as relevant for them. And so the colleagues who were working on this strategy drilled down, and they found out that Gen Z did have characteristics that were very different from previous generations. And so the additional modernity for us is, how do we adapt to Gen Z in order to have measurable performance and measurable results for Gen Z? And so as a result, our vision became, how do we become a beacon for transformation in liberal arts education on the American tradition, augmented by career success? As you know, in the US, student success stops with graduation. So leading student success beyond the university into career success, and how do we work on flourishing or fulfillment of Gen Z, because it turned out that well-being and mental health are a challenge. And so leadership in our case was, how do you take a university that is very good in the sense of living up to the standards of American accreditation, but taking it one step further to include career success and include well-being of Gen Z, in addition to undergraduate research and impact research. So that has been my role for the past 5 years. I wanted to give this introduction, and maybe I'll give up the floor and I can come back and tell you some about it later.
Right. I hope I'm audible, right? So in continuation to what Professor just mentioned, I understand that the theme or the perspective that we are discussing right now is phenomenally important, because the universities really require leaderships which can transform universities into another sort of beacon. So for example, if a leadership role is transcending to a certain university which is not really well defined in its scope, then there is a big challenge for the leader to redefine the university. And this is perhaps the crisis of a large subset of the universities that we really know within the scope of the activity that we are doing. So for example, if we really divide the universities into the scenario basis, we will be having at most 3 different type of university, and then the consequent leadership crisis that the university would face, or vice versa, the leadership would realize that the university is not really in tones. The first set is the universities which are known as the ivory towers university. You can basically have those universities in a rare part of the Islamic world, but predominantly in North Atlantic, in the majority of the European universities. They will definitely be looking onto the perspective of transmitting education within their own definition. So strategic plans, they do come into the discussion, but the real core of the university, the real basis of the university would remain the same. So about like 2 to 3% of the overall notions of the universities come within this bracket. A large subset of the universities which is now within the redefinition is the university what I call a functional university, with respect to the economy, with respect to the societal needs, the changes, where a common definition do not exist. Universities usually define them according to their business plans, according to their strategic requirement, the local dynamics, a lot to do with the financial situations and economic gains and pains, what the leadership actually feels. These are the universities which comprise of a larger chunk within the economy, such as in my own country and within the Islamic world, where universities are trickled down into a certain angle of redefinition of their strategic plans time and time again. So it's a solid base of conversion. And sometimes we really need to focus on the things that we have not been doing right, and then recorrect them with respect to the usefulness, the impact, the relevance, the ranking mechanisms, and a lot more. But there is another chunk of the universities which are now thinking and reimagining the way universities should be. And people have labeled those universities as ecological universities. And what exactly is this ecological university is the ecology of entanglement between the stakeholders. So they really need to redefine what stakeholders are. Sometimes their focus is student-centric. Sometimes they're more oriented towards the economy, the governance pattern, the policy. Sometimes it's a hybrid conversation between almost all kind of stakeholders, but then they are rewriting the ecosystem with respect to their requirement of the knowledge being created for long hours and long times to come. These universities are not just one set of universities within one geographical boundaries. So many universities are now engaging and re-engaging with the perspective of being onto one particular location, and then also shedding their own transmission of knowledge, creation of knowledge, their own impact within the domains of their scope or the quality or the brand name onto other geographical locations. So transnational education-oriented universities are also coming a big way. So if the leadership is actually assuming the role of a true leader, then they first and foremost need to decide what kind of faction of the university, either within the hybridization of all three of them, or one of them, or two of them, they really wanted to create. The future universities will be more productive if they're aligned with the nature and the notion of prospectiveness within the leadership roles of their universities. Each subset of these three universities is challenged with their own problems. And the problems are somehow overlapping, and sometimes the problems are humongous. They are basically non-identical problems with one set of the universities. So it's a major role of a leader to basically come back each time and then decide the notion of the university is in the right direction. But in all three of these systems, there is a common thread, and the common thread is the graduate attribute. If the university leadership is focusing on what kind of product is being delivered towards the society or the larger economy or the set of the knowledge creation, it has to start from the right set of the graduate attributes, which needs to be created first and foremost.
Thank you very much. And I'm glad to be on this panel and also happy to be part of this conference. This is my first time of attending the conference. Yes, leadership is a very critical ingredient in any organization, specifically in an academic setting like our own, the university system. I am coming from Nigeria, where we have three categories of universities: those owned by the federal government of the country, those owned by the states, as well as those owned by private individuals and organizations. I happen to be a leader in one of the universities owned by the federal government. And any leader in any Nigerian university today must understand the crisis of relevance that is pervading our system. Crisis of relevance in the sense that you have people graduating and a lot of the times not getting engaged. And then they start asking themselves, what is the relevance of higher education at the end of the day? Now, any vice chancellor in any Nigerian university today must understand that he has to wear 4 caps. 1, the cap of being an academic, understanding the business of being an academic. 2, an educator. 3, he must have a business sense of raising revenue for the system. And of course, the last one is his ability to be a public relations officer as well, for community engagement, for collaborations, as well as for having an interactive relationship with the wider society, and of course, specifically the industries. So by the time you are able to wear all of these caps, then you must have a clearly defined strategic goal, where the issue of innovation, the issue of research, the issue of collaboration, and the issue of sustainability by gaining the relevant revenue that you could require. A federal university like my own, a lot of the times we depend on government for the revenue. And what you get from the government definitely will not be able to sustain your system optimally, which means you require additional resources coming from outside the system, either through your research activities, through your grants, and through some other collaborations, as well as what you could get as fees from your students. Now, the competition is very stiff. You are supposed to be training your students for the global market, as well as taking into consideration the needs of your immediate communities. In Nigeria, we have our own peculiar situations that may not necessarily be global. But how are we able to train individuals that can fit into all these realities? A lot of the times, we train people but you see them leaving the system and going out of the country. If you look at the statistics of professionals who live, particularly like in the medical sector, engineering, and some few other areas, we train a lot of people, but at the end of the day, we also lose them to some other countries. It is a huge challenge, even within the university system. You send fellows for PhDs, they go, get their degrees, come back, and within some few months, they are out again. You are back to square one, training and retraining. So as a leader, these are some of the challenges that you have to confront. Not only that, any university leader will always be concerned with about 5 major areas: academic and physical development, when the resources are simply not available all the time. How do you now make the best use of what is available to ensure that your academic offerings, your research activities, and all other things are properly funded is something that every Vice Chancellor will continue to worry about. Then your physical development. These are developing countries that are continuously seeking for resources to develop their physical facilities. But then the resources are just not available. Every day you are talking about devaluation of the currencies. You are talking about reduction in what goes into the coffers where you also access. And the number of population of students is increasingly expanding, while the access or the opportunities for access is also dwindling. So it is a major issue. Then secondly, the issue of quality assurance. We have to also depend on globally defined standards, despite the fact that we do not have the globally defined equipment and facilities that will give us the required standards. So we must use our own initiatives to be sure that our students, despite being where they are not disadvantaged in any way when it comes to the quality of training that they receive. And we must also ensure that we are able to meet up to whatever standards, either at the national or at the international levels. This, again, like I've said, is not an easy task. You must be innovative, you must be courageous, and you must have the ability to attract the funding that will enable you to have these standards. Then the third area of concern is...
Professor,
okay.
Sorry, you came on...
So I'll come back.
No, it's okay. I mean, you came on challenges, and this is another question.
Okay.
It's no problem. We just want to have the opportunity for each speaker to speak.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah, and to elaborate on the first question. Thank you. Thank you, Professor.
عن الجامعة الحديثة صحيح؟
احنا نتكلم طال عمرك عن دور التعليم العالي في خلق الجامعة الحديثة.
واضح دكتور، واضح.
تفضل.
شكرا جزيلا دكتور. يمكن أنا بكون المتحدث الوحيد باللغة العربية.
تفضل.
ويتحملون الحضور لأنه أيضا ما في ترجمة على اللغة الإنجليزية. بالطبع هذا السؤال الآن اللي موجود في مطروح للنقاش، إنه إحنا كيف الجامعة الحديثة نتمنى أن نراها في المستقبل. هذا السؤال بالنسبة لجامعة التقنية والعلوم التطبيقية في سلطنة عمان، هي أكبر جامعة حكومية. بالطبع تم تكوينها في 2020 في شهر أغسطس 2020، وبدمج قطاعين رئيسيين هم قطاع التقني والقطاع التطبيقي. وكان هذا السؤال من الأسئلة حقيقة اللي استوقفت الكثيرين في عمان، ماذا سيكون شكل هذه الجامعة؟ واحدة من النقاط الأساسية اللي أعتقد أنه من تجربتنا في دمج قطاعين كبيرين، يعني ما يقرب من 13 كلية مرتبطة بالقطاع التطبيقي والتقني، أنه لابد من وجود التشريعات واللوائح والسياسات اللي تبني قوة عمل المؤسسة الأكاديمية الحديثة. وبالتالي احنا واحدة من النقاط الأساسية اللي اشتغلنا عليها خلال 5 سنوات من 2020 إلى 2025، كيف نبني لوائح وأنظمة وقوانين وسياسات وإجراءات فعلا تقدم أنه هذه الجامعة تستطيع أنها تواكب متطلبات العصر. هذه واحدة من النقاط الأساسية اللي اشتغلنا عليها. أيضا كان عندنا رؤية أنه ما هي الخطة الاستراتيجية التي نسعى إلى تحقيقها خلال 5 سنوات. وبالتالي من النقاط الأساسية اللي اشتغلنا عليها خلال الفترة 2020-2021 أن تكون للجامعة خطة استراتيجية. هذه الخطة الاستراتيجية يفترض أن تكون طموحة، ما تكون فقط خطة استراتيجية بهدف أنه تكون هناك أهداف نسعى إلى تحقيقها، وإنما تكون هناك فعلا أهداف حقيقية هي تمثل عمليات عامة أو تمثل أولويات حددناها في 6 أولويات، ومن ثم من الأولويات حددنا مجموعة من الاستراتيجيات الأساسية اللي انبثقت منها مجموعة من المؤشرات، وهذه المؤشرات يفترض أنها تكون طموحة، أنه فعلا يعني كل استراتيجية احنا وقفنا عليها أن هناك مشكلة موجودة تحتاج إلى حل. هذا الحل قد يكون يمتد من 3 إلى 5 سنوات. اشتغلت الجامعة من خلال خططها السنوية، وهذه نقطة أخرى دكتور، أنه ما شكل الجامعة الحديثة التي نرغب فيها، مثل ما ذكرنا لوائح وأنظمة وسياسات. رقم 2 خطة استراتيجية. رقم 3 ينبغي أن تكون بها خطط تشغيلية فعلا قادرة على ترجمة الخطط الاستراتيجية بكفاءة عالية. وواحدة من النقاط الأساسية التي ينبغي أن تكون يعني تعمل عليها الجامعة في خططها الاستراتيجية وجود مؤشرات واضحة. هذه المؤشرات تستطيع أن تبني مبادرات، وكثير من المؤسسات حقيقة تقع في هذا الجانب، أنها قد تضع مؤشرات يعني تقيس ما هو قائم. يفترض أن تكون المؤشرات تقيس مبادرات تطمح الجامعة إلى تطبيقها خلال 2 إلى 3 سنوات. واحدة أيضا من النقاط الأساسية الجامعة اللي إحنا نريدها أن تكون في المستقبل، ما نوع البرامج التي تطرحها. يعني إحنا قبل 5 سنوات كنا نسأل البرامج الموجودة في التعليم التقني والبرامج الموجودة في التعليم التطبيقي، هل بالإمكان الخروج منها ببرامج حديثة تستطيع أن تلبي سوق العمل؟ هل تلبي الخطط الاستراتيجية في عمان؟ هل تلبي حاجة رؤية عمان 2040 وتتوافق مع المحاور الأساسية الموجودة في هذه الرؤية؟ وبالتالي النقطة الأخرى في الجامعة الطموحة، في الجامعة الحديثة اللي احنا نريد أن نصل إليها في المستقبل، ينبغي أن تكون لدينا برامج تلبي وتستجيب لمتطلبات سوق العمل وتستطيع فعلا أنها تكون قادرة على المنافسة. أنا ما أريد أطيل كثير، لكن قد تكون أيضا واحدة من العناصر الأساسية التي يفترض أن تكون الجامعة الحديثة التي نسعى إلى أن تكون هي واقع في المستقبل، أن تكون مراعية لمتطلبات التحول الرقمي. وهذه واحدة من النقاط الأساسية اللي اشتغلنا عليها في جامعة التقنية والعلوم التطبيقية خلال 5 سنوات الماضية. كيف نستطيع أنه لأنه يعني تلبية الواقع فيما يتعلق بالتحول الرقمي، من توفير البنية الأساسية وتوفير المختبرات، تحديث البنية الأساسية من خلال نمط الأجهزة، البرمجيات، يعني الإنترنت الأشياء، الذكاء الاصطناعي. هذا بالتالي سيقود إلى شيء آخر احنا نطمح له في الجامعة الحديثة، وهو ما يعرف بالبحث العلمي والابتكار. أنا ما أريد أطول كثير في هذه الجزئية، أكيد احنا راح نرجع بعد قليل وراح نتحدث بتفصيل أكبر. شكرا جزيلا.
شكرا دكتور. طبعا دكتور أحمد الله يبارك فيك. Professor Ahmed, he linked the ambition of to be a modern university with the programs that they have set in the university and the strategic plan that they made. It's all connected with their ambition to have a modern university. Thank you, Professor. تفضل دكتور.
شكرا جزاك الله خير. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته, and a very good afternoon, everyone. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, in UNISA, we assess, or we call a modern university is the university that can anticipate future challenges, whether be it through digital pedagogy, interdisciplinary approaches, and global cooperation. A productive university, on the other hand, makes a tangible impact in teaching, research, innovation, and community engagement. At UNISA, we embrace modernity in several ways. For example, we use a learning management system As many of you may know, UNISA niche lies in Islamic studies, such as Aqidah, Da'wah, Usuluddin, Tafsir, and Sharia, alongside newer program in Islamic finance, agriculture, agri-technology, agribusiness, halal industry, and technology. So, in order to enhance graduate employability and align with interdisciplinary trends, we now offer minors program like ICT, finance, law, agri-tech, agribusiness, just to name a few. We are also launching our dual degree program with international partners, where the student will get their degree certificate from UNISA and our partner university. Starting August this year, 2025, we have dual program with International Islamic University of Malaysia in Islamic Development Management Program, and also with University Malaysia Sabah, Bachelor of Islamic Finance. We also align all our programs with global ethic values, particularly the UN SDGs and Brunei Vision 2035, grounded in Islamic principles. Undergraduate students at UNISA are required to complete 50 hours of SDG-related community service. Because if the student cannot finish these 50 hours during the study, they cannot graduate. And also, all students in UNISA, the undergraduate, also the graduate student, they must take core Islamic courses, university required courses, including Al-Quran. Al-Quran is university required courses in UNISA and also mandatory. Once they fail the Quran twice, they will be terminated from university, because our university is an Islamic university, and all students, regardless of their program, be it whether the program is in agriculture, they must pass the Al-Quran. Al-Quran consists of reading and memorization. We also require our students to take the entrepreneurship as a mandatory course also. Just as Your Excellency Professor Dr. Mukhtar Ahmad said this morning, to make the entrepreneurship as a mandatory course in university. So how do we measure productivity? At UNISA, our productivity is assessed through our 2024-2028 strategic plan, which include KPIs inspired by global benchmark like QS and Times Higher Education, not because rankings are our ultimate aim, but because they help us ensure that our action reflect international best practices. Leadership, meanwhile, plays a critical role in communicating and shared inspiring vision. So all faculty members in our university will understand how their work, their research, their publication contributes to national and global aspiration. And also the leadership play a critical role in prioritizing resource allocation, especially for digital tools, seed grants, and scholarship. Practicing accountability through smart performance, reviewed quarterly by the Principal Officer Council. So without value-driven and courageous leadership, digital platform remain underutilized, research hub become siloed, and KPI stay on paper. Leadership ensure coherence from ministry directives to the action of every lecturer in the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Arman. So let's shift the gear a little bit to actually I was approached by the organizers to minimize our they said our maximum time until 4 o'clock, and it's too short, so we'll take another question. Is about the challenges. So the challenges that you find in your organizations or in general that keeps the university from going on that change. So if we talk about the change and transforming, what are the challenges that faces your organization or challenges in general that can stop this change and stop this transformation? You get my question, Doctor? Please, if you have. So anybody wants to speak? Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jamal. So linking this to leadership in universities, I believe that a university leader, a president or vice chancellor, has to find both passion, willingness, and ability to commit to academic values while being able to address the market, business, and financial dimensions, as has been said before. And so for that, you have to have a vision that you really believe in, maybe, and a purpose. And at the same time, drive the collaboration and collegiality, because if you are going to transform, you have to deal with change. If you have to deal with change, there will be resistance, legitimate resistance. And as a result, natural challenges, to come back directly to your question, are one, what is the financial reality for your being able to deliver on the vision and the purpose that you have? And two, what is your ability to and maybe vulnerability, in order to have the humility for everybody to feel they can make a difference, that even though they may not agree with you, that their voice can actually be heard. And the third thing is that in universities, there is a challenge related to productivity, of how much can you focus to deliver. Because as you go for more collaboration and more collegiality, the challenge is that it has a tendency to go in all kinds of directions, and for you not to be able to deliver to metrics as you're required to, in order, if you want to be productive. And so for that, because colleagues have talked about KPIs and strategic plans and so on, as I give you these examples of what I feel the challenges are, let me tell you what our own metrics were and some of the things that we have done with them. So we really had 6 metrics that were the institutional measure of productivity, right? So one of them was the growth, because we had an objective of doubling the number of students in 5 years, and we have doubled them. The second was inclusion, and so we came up to 54% female students and 48% of students who are students of first generation. That means their father and their mother both did not go to college. And the third was employability, and we came up from 4% of students who had job offers before graduation to 84% of students who have job offers before graduation. The fourth was student satisfaction. It went up from 63% to 85%. Again, something that is very measurable. Talking about productivity, money is very important. So EBITDA was really our measure with respect to that, and so AUI has been able to do well enough in order to invest in its future. The last one, which is the most innovative, is how do we work on well-being of the new generation? So for that, we really defined metrics so that we can compare to other universities in the world. Both UPenn and Harvard have developed standard metrics. And so for the first time, we measured last year and this year. So just to say that there are enough cultural challenges in universities that are very legitimate, but if you do not focus with metrics that are measurable, and that you drive with the focus and the grit, then the leadership can be nice, but may not be productive in giving the result.
Thank you, Doctor. I mean, I very inspired actually to hear this. He mentioned both the challenges and how to overcome these challenges. So thank you very much. Please, Doctor.
Just to basically, with the scarcity of time in hand, just to add two more things over and above what Doctor just suggested with respect to the rubrics of measurement matrix of productivity or even the impact, how good or how bad the strategic plan aligned with various needs and the value system yielded. I think one of the biggest challenges for a person in a leadership role while looking into the perspective of modern productive universities is who are we talking to? It's the stakeholder engagement. So for example, in majority of the cases, we usually forget that it's the parental system behind the students. So this is also one bead within the degree of freedom of that particular equation. Also the faculty, which is of paramount importance. And we are actually asking more and more to this faculty to do many things at the same time. So starting from the curriculum changes, SDG alignment of your programs, relevance with the society, public engagement, community services, all kind of various programs that are basically up and running in very good universities in parallel. We really wanted to basically get the best base out of that. So that faculty, the deliverable part is somehow frustrating. So it's a very challenging thing to create a fine balance between what your value system of university is versus the outcome dependency of the economical agility. Because we really wanted to take the fine balance if we really wanted to deliver in the right direction, not just the statistical analysis of the things that we have achieved. The most important point with respect to the change management, with respect to the whole agility of this challenge is the sustainability evaluation. How sustainable our thoughts, ideation, strategic interventions, target evaluation had been over a period of time and what university actually achieved out of this whole exercise. And this is not an easy job because universities has to spend almost a decade in order to get it verified by some certain tangible evidence that the university has made its mark onto a certain progression chart with respect to various rubrics settled about like 10 odd years ago. So I think this is very challenging for the leadership roles to initiate and execute this activity within the time bound of their own tenures to deliver the best out of that.
Thank you very much. The challenges, of course, are enormous. Managing change in the context of a transitional society. We are transiting from analog to digital, and there are a lot of expectations. Issue of energy for universities like our own down there, issues of revenue, issues of relevance, and of course, expectations from the general society. And remember, most of these equipment required to train our students have to be imported at very huge cost. We must also change the thinking of some of our colleagues. You talked about legitimate resistance. Some of us are still yet to align with the new curricula that universities are innovating. They are not willing to change, or they are changing at a very slow rate. And the resources that you require to be able to move fast with some of these changes are just not there. So your resilience capacity is always tasked. You have the issue of access, the issue of revenue, the issue of resilience, the issue of relevance, and a lot more. How do you manage all of this? And in a context like my own, where you have a federal system with expectations at different levels, the federal government, the state government, the local government, and the individuals, they all have their own expectations. And being a government-owned university, you must operate within the legally defined boundaries. You may have your own innovative thinking, you may have your own ways of doing things, you may want to go for collaborations at different levels, but you have to operate within the regulatory framework, which sometimes may not give you that complete freedom you require to operate and successfully deliver. And don't forget, I talked about the issue of crisis of relevance initially. Many people that have graduated hardly find jobs because either the skills that they acquired in the university system couldn't fit into the current reality, or simply the jobs are just not available. So managing all these tensions require a lot of creativity on the side of the university leader, and still maintaining your relevance by collaborating with the industry or the various stakeholders as mentioned, by ensuring that the government, who is your proprietor, is also satisfied with what you are doing, and above all, your students are able to enjoy all the basic facilities, the kind of training that they are supposed to get, so that your university will not appear as if you are not sensitive to the needs of all of these stakeholders for you to continue to maintain your relevance and creditably give the students what will facilitate their ability to fit or to become competitive at the end of their graduation, not within the Nigerian context, but Africa and perhaps global levels. So all of these are things that are challenging the ability as well as the resources that are available in the systems. And as a vice chancellor, you must be able to understand all of this, creatively manage and become by being innovative. How do you navigate in the context of all of these challenges and still remain the university that you are supposed to be, and be able to collaborate with your partners all over the world and graduate students that can qualify for postgraduate studies all over the world, that can be skill-oriented and still with your head up there, with about 287 universities in the country, population of 230-something million, we are still requesting for more universities, which for me, that should not be the case. It's not the issue of expansion without quality, but rather, how do we continuously upgrade our standards and expand within the facilities that we have? So all of these are tensions that we are managing at our own levels for now.
شكرا جزيلا دكتور. بالطبع فيما يتعلق بالتحديات وكيف استطاعت الجامعة أن هي تتعامل مع هذه التحديات، هناك تحديات حقيقة كثيرة، لكن يمكن أن أجملها في 3 تحديات أساسية. كيف استطاعت جامعة التقنية والعلوم التطبيقية في ظل أنها هي جامعة يعني قامت على قطاعين بأنظمة مختلفة، ببرامج تعليمية مختلفة، كيف بهياكل تنظيمية مختلفة، بلوائح تنظيمية مختلفة، وبالتالي كان واحد من التحديات الأساسية كيف تستطيع هذه الجامعة أن تخرج يعني بآلية عمل واحدة بتشريعات موحدة. وبالتالي بدأت الجامعة خلال هذه الفترة اللي هي الفترة الأولى بتشكيل فرق عمل، 5 لجان تقريبا أساسية كانت موجودة، انبثقت منها مجموعة من اللجان. استطاعت هذه اللجان أنها تخلق موائمة بين ما هو قائم في جامعة في القطاعين التطبيقي والتقني، وبين ما هو مأمول من هذه الجامعة في السنوات القادمة. وفعلا يعني خلال تقريبا السنة الأولى والسنة الثانية استطاعت أنها تخرج بنظام موحد يتسم بالمرونة والقدرة على مواكبة متطلبات العصر والقدرة على مواكبة أيضا متطلبات سوق العمل. هذه كان واحدة من النقاط الأساسية. يمكن واحدة من الحلول اللي أيضا قامت بها الجامعة أنها استطاعت في وقت يعني مناسب أنها تعمل هيكل تنظيمي، لأنه الجامعة ليست فقط هي كامبوس واحد موجود في موقع واحد، هي موجودة تقريبا في 11 موقع، 48 ألف طالب، أكثر من 5,000 من الكفاءات الموجودة في هذه الجامعة. وبالتالي كيف استطاعت الجامعة أنها تخرج بهيكل تنظيمي؟ الهيكل التنظيمي أتاح أنه يكون هناك مساعدين في كل فرع من الفروع، بالإضافة إلى مكتب رئيسي لهذه الجامعة مقره في محافظة مسقط، واستطاع بكل سلاسة وبكل يعني انسيابية أنه يحقق الأهداف ويحقق الخطط المنشودة في هذه الجامعة. هذا واحد من التحديات. أحد التحديات يمكن أشرت له أنا قبل قليل، وهو ضعف البنية الرقمية، البنية الأساسية الرقمية في جامعة التقنية والعلوم التطبيقية. وهنا كان على الجامعة أنها تسلك أمرين: أولا أنها تبني شراكات مع وزارة تقنية المعلومات عندنا في سلطنة عمان، وشراكات مع المؤسسات التقنية المعلومات الخاصة مثل شركة هواوي ومايكروسوفت وغيرها من هذه الشركات، وعملت معها اتفاقيات على مدار 5 سنوات. استطاعت الجامعة أنها تستثمر ما يقرب من 8 مليون ريال عماني، أي ما يعادل تقريبا 20 مليون دولار. استطاعت من خلالها أن هي تحدث البنية الأساسية الخاصة بالبنية الرقمية في هذه الجامعة، وبالتالي استطاعت الجامعة بذلك أنها هي تتخطى هذا التحدي. التحدي الأخير اللي ممكن أنا أشير له هو فيما يتعلق بالبحث العلمي. كان عندنا فجوة في الجامعة بين ما هو قائم، كون أنه إحنا جايين من قطاعين تقني وتطبيقي، وهناك يعني أنا أقول فجوة على الصعيد الإقليمي والدولي مقارنة بالصعيد المحلي. الأرقام المرتبطة بالبحث العلمي قد تكون ما تتوافق مع المعايير العالمية في نوعية البحوث والمجلات العلمية، على الرغم أنه إحنا يعني ما شاء الله عندنا ممكنات يعني ما يقرب من 5,000، منهم تقريبا 2,600 عضو هيئة تدريس، مع العمل المنظم والدقيق من أجل بث ثقافة البحث العلمي والأسس العلمية اللي فعلا تساعد أعضاء هيئة التدريس مع التحفيز. استطعنا يعني اليوم أنا أقول بعد مرور 5 سنوات في هذه الجامعة، اليوم إحنا ما نقل عن أفضل الجامعات على مستوى العالم فيما يتعلق بالبحث العلمي. الإنتاج وفق المعايير العالمية، هناك 1000 بحث في جامعة التقنية والعلوم التطبيقية سنوياً تعتمد في هذه الجامعة. وبالتالي احنا يمكن واحدة من الطموحات الآن اللي نشتغل عليها انه احنا بحلول العام 2030 بإذن الله كون الجامعة جديدة عمرها 5 سنوات، نتوقع بإذن الله انه في 2030 هذه الجامعة بتدخل التصنيف العالمي اللي هو الكيو اس، وكثير من المتطلبات اللي حددتها المعايير الخاصة بالانضمام لهذا التقييم حققتها هذه الجامعة. قد يكون واحد من التقييمات انه هذه الجامعة عند التقييم تكون أنتجت ما لا يقل عن 1000 بحث علمي. اليوم احنا ننتج فقط في السنة 1000 بحث علمي. هناك كثير من التحديات، هناك كثير من الممارسات اللي فعلا جامعة التقنية والعلوم التطبيقية مارستها، وممكن انه المؤسسات الأخرى والمؤسسات الحديثة اللي نطمح لها بحكم انه تجربة الجامعة تجربة جديدة، يمكن للجامعات أيضا تستفيد من تجربة جامعة التقنية والعلوم التطبيقية وتساعدها على أنها تتجاوز بعض التحديات وتتجاوب معها مع متطلبات العصر. شكرا جزيلا.
Okay, thank you. So, transformative change is never easy. We at UNISA, we also have faced challenges in this process. One of the challenges is cultural resistance. For example, our senior staff, academic staff, especially from the traditional Islamic studies or from Islamic disciplines, initially they are struggle with digital tools. So our response to this problem, we conduct targeted a digital literacy workshop or training. And the challenges is publication, publishing in high index journal. So when our new academics service scheme introduced in, I think, in 2014 or 15. Many Islamic studies lecturers, they express difficulty publishing in high impact or high index journal because they said it's not easy to find corpus journal that will publish Islamic studies articles. That's the justification. So what we are doing is to respond to this challenge. We also provide writing and publishing training for them, where be it hosted by local or international expert. And we also, how to solve this problem, we make this publication as our academic staff annual KPI. So just in case they fail to fulfill this KPI, this will affect their, of course, they will affect their bonus, their promotion, and also their contract renewals. And this really works. So that's how we respond to this challenge. So transparency and governance reform, not just adding committees, turn resistance into shared ownership. Change was no longer something done to people, but with the people. Upskilling and reskilling program and courses for both academic and administration staff through our professional development unit under the Center for Leadership and Lifelong Learning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we are out of time. I wish we can go more onto this fruitful and useful information. As a chairman of my board of trustees in Al-Qasimi University, honestly, I benefited a lot from you guys, and I'm really inspired of the things that you mentioned, the ambition and the measuring of the challenges. So we can take some questions from the audience. If you have any questions, please.
Good afternoon. In fact, I have only one question. That is about the relation of the universities with the private sector, and how can the private sector overcome the challenges that the universities are facing. Thank you very much.
Anyone would like to answer this question? Yes.
Sir, you're employers? You're referring to employers, private sector as employers. We decided to innovate and experiment with respect to this issue, because we believe there is need of change in Moroccan universities about this. And so what we decided to do is set up a strategy that is focused on what we call experiential learning, readiness of the students, and the model of the relationship with the employers. So for this, what we did is, when we introduced as much experience in the curriculum as possible, especially through co-op education, alternating between classes and working for employers, and with introducing remote work. So a student, while being a student, they work remotely for partners from the private sector, the employers. The other thing is typically the mindset of the Moroccan student is that I will focus on studying, I will get good grades, then I will get a diploma, and someone will come and offer me a job. Of course, you and I know that that's not the way it works. The Americans say finding a job is a job. And so the students must do, in addition to academics, a number of things in order to relate to the employer. So we introduced a program, a parallel program, just on this, that takes the student through from deciding about their vocation or passion or what they want to do with their life, all the way to what they want to do on the job. And the last thing is the relationship with the employers is because the job market keeps changing, whatever we do, tomorrow it may change. So what we decided to do is base this strategy on moving to be so as intimate as possible with the employer, so that when something happens with the employer, we see it and we adapt to it as we go. And so we decided to serve the employer as if we were a recruitment agency. So if you're my partner employer, I ask you and say, what do you need? What skills do you need? What behaviors and attitude do you need? And for every position you're offering, I bring you 5 to 10 students who I know or I believe correspond to the skills and behaviors that you want. So by having this information, I can act on my curriculum, but more than that, you see me as your partner. And so we develop new things together. So this is pretty much what we have done, and so far the experiment seems to work quite well.
Thank you. We take one more question. Hello, lady.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I appreciate this is my first time of attending ICESCO conference. I am Professor Nazmat Surajuddin Bakinde, Vice Chancellor from the Gambia University of Applied Science, Engineering and Technology. I appreciate all the panelists. What you have said, I've experienced them, especially the legitimate resistance and also cultural difference, because I'm a Nigerian who came from University of Ilorin, but on technical aid corps to the Gambia. So I experienced that cultural resistance when I came and became the Vice Chancellor. My question is to Professor Ben Said. He mentioned 6 metrics of measure of productivity. I got 4 of it, but I did not get the last 2. I saw the double admission stage being achieved, inclusivity of getting more females and children from those who are not educated, employability rate increase, student satisfaction, but I did not get the last 2. If you can repeat that, I will appreciate it. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. Yeah, that was very beneficial.
Yes, so the 5th one is a financial one. EBITDA is a financial indicator that gives you an idea about the health, the financial health of your organization, which means not without having to worry about cash flow and depreciation and all of that. How much revenue are you able to get? And from that revenue, if you go through expenses, how much is left? So that says, without taking into account the impact of real estate and depreciation and all of that, you know what is the health of your business as of today. Then if there are challenges related to the past, then you will be taking care of them. That's called EBITDA. It's an acronym. The last one is related to the challenge that the Gen Z has a difficulty with well-being. So what we have done there is we developed, we did not develop, we did research to decide on the metric that we will use to know how the well-being of our students evolves from one year to another, and what is the difference between the time they get to the university and the time they leave the university. And we defined 4 levers in order to try and make a difference, to improve as we go. I'll be happy to talk to you about them after the session if you want.
I'll be glad. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much for attending this panel. So I want to wrap up with all of you respected leaders of universities. I think the choices are our choices. We make choices today that will impact our organizations in the future. And I think those choices can build a successful institutions that will both serve the students after they graduate and the societies from our organizations. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you.
Dear leaders of the university, thank you so much for your participation for today's session. The bus is already waiting for you outside. And for tomorrow, we are going to start at the same time at 9, so you will need to be ready in the hotel at 8, where the bus is going to transfer at 8:15. When you arrive here, you are please welcome to pick the track that you would like to have, the track G, E, F that you can see, and you can go directly to the places of the track that you want. And in the end, we will have a lunch at 1 a.m. outside of the venue for the traditional Moroccan lunch, and then we will be transported back to the hotel, and we will have a gala dinner here in our headquarters again at around 8 p.m. or 8 p.m. at night. Thank you so much. Have a great